I'm sure I'm not unique in that I sleep with the TV on. I always have, just low enough for background noise. I live alone and silence makes me spiral, so the soft flicker of light and sound, it's always helped me sleep. I've got an old flat screen in my bedroom, still works fine, though it's not smart or anything. Just runs off a cable box and some preloaded channels I never use. About a month ago, I woke up in the middle of the night and the TV was on static. Full screen, gray and fuzzy. It's the sort of thing that hasn't really been a thing since analog went out. I figured the cable box reset and there was an outage or something. I turned it off, rolled over, and didn't think much of it. But it happened again the next night, and again, always the same time, around 3:30, never earlier or later. Obviously, I just thought this was a software, hardware issue, so I just tried everything I knew, reset the box, switched HDMI cords, and then switched TVs, with the one in the living room. It didn't matter though. The static kept coming back, and then about a week in, I noticed something, I guess, in the static. It wasn't clear at first, just a faint shift in the snow, like some of the fuzz was moving differently than the rest. I stared at it for too long enough to feel ridiculous, like I was tricking myself. But then something moved. A figure, human-shaped, just standing there, moving back and forth. I sat up and blinked, and it was gone. The next night, I tried to find it again, and I couldn't see it at first, but sure enough, there it was. This time, it stayed longer. Still blurry, still faint, but standing dead center in the screen, facing forward. It was like watching me. I started unplugging the TV before bed, but even turned off or unplugged, the screen would faintly glow, like a flicker. One night I wasn't even looking directly at the screen. I was brushing my teeth. I glanced over at the reflection in the dresser mirror, and I saw a figure, clear as day, standing in the middle of the static. And right as I turned, it's like it shifted. It blinked. It wasn't a trick of the light, not a glitch. It was a deliberate, slow blink. Two dark shapes opening and closing where its eyes would be. And then the screen just went black. I didn't sleep in that room after that. I decided to get a smart TV. I did plug it in, got rid of the others. I don't know. I don't even really like looking at the TV when it's off. I'm constantly thinking I'm gonna see something in it, you know? It's been a while, so it doesn't really creep me out the same way it used to, but it still does, a little. It's that weird little nagging question in the back of your mind. What's watching from the other side? This started a few months ago, and I still don't have an explanation. I live alone in a small townhouse, nothing fancy, just me and my cat, Luna. I've been here almost 3 years now. There's no weird history that I know about, no reason to think that anything was off, even, that is, until recently. It started with the mirror in the upstairs bathroom. Every night after I'd brush my teeth, I'd think I heard something, just a faint whisper. Not a voice exactly, more like movement or a breath. It was subtle enough that I assumed it was just the pipes or the fan. The bathroom gets really quiet at night. And then I realized it only happened when the mirror fogged up. I didn't think much of that either until one night. While I was wiping away the steam with my towel, I heard it again. It was closer and clearer. It was a whisper. It was a sentence. At first I couldn't make out the words, but it was definitely a voice. Soft. Too soft to be mine. And it wasn't coming from behind me. It was coming from behind the mirror. I stared at my reflection for a long time that night. I didn't sleep well. I told myself that it was stress. Maybe something in the air vent causing weird acoustics. I stopped using the hot water for a few days, just so the mirror wouldn't fog up. Then, last week, I forgot. I took a long shower, steam built up like usual, and when I stepped out, there it was. There was writing, right in the middle of the mirror, like someone had traced it with their fingertip. Just the word, here. I froze. The window was closed. No one else had been in the house. And the writing, it wasn't smudged. It was clear. The letters thin and long, too neat to be drawn by accident, and fresh. I stood there probably for a full 5 minutes just staring at it. I didn't hear anything that night. I wiped it away, tried to forget it, but it happened again. Not right away. And that's the other weird thing. The message didn't show up the very next time it was fogged up, but only the next time after that. Even my cat won't go into that bathroom anymore. She just stares at the door and growls. I've tried to record it, but the whisper never shows up on my phone. I haven't told anyone because what do I even say? Hey, I think something is whispering to me through my bathroom mirror. It sounds insane, but I figured this is a safe space. I know what I heard. I know what I saw. And whatever it is, it seems to still be here. I was driving home after visiting my mom out of state. It's a 9-hour trip through mostly empty stretches of highway. I usually try to do it all in one go, but this time I was dragging. Around 2 a.m., I decided to stop and rest my eyes for a bit. I pulled into a rest stop just over the state line, one of those older ones, fluorescent lights humming above cracked pavement, vending machines inside a building that smelled like old coffee and disinfectant. There was one other car in the lot, parked way over in the corner. No lights on. Looked empty. I went inside to use the bathroom and grab a soda. There was a woman already there, standing near the vending machines, facing them like she was trying to make a decision. She didn't acknowledge me, just stood there, completely motionless. Something about it kind of made my skin crawl. It was subtle, barely anything I could name, but the way that she was standing felt off script, like someone had posed her and walked away. Her limbs didn't hang naturally, and her body didn't shift weight or breathe the way a person would when they're alone in a quiet space. I cleared my throat and I said something like, "Long night?" She turned her head just slightly, just enough for me to see her eyes. They were a bit wide, not in surprise, just in a frozen way, like she hadn't blinked in minutes. Her face didn't really move, but her mouth pulled into a smile, looked more like a crack spreading through porcelain, but a smile nonetheless. I found myself stepping back, but I told myself I was being dramatic, overly tired and imagining things. But I ducked into the bathroom, just to put a door between us. I waited longer than I needed to, hoped that she'd be gone by the time I came out. When I stepped back into the main room, the place was empty, but I hadn't heard the door open. No footsteps, no sounds at all. Outside, her car was still in the same spot, but now the back door was hanging open. Not wide, just enough. I didn't look inside. I just got in my car and I locked the doors, and I left. A few miles down the highway, I pulled into a different rest stop, brighter lights, people milling around. A little safer feeling, I guess. Near the bathrooms was a bulletin board. There was faded flyers, but a missing person poster. A few of them. And there she was. Julie. Last seen 8 years ago. Disappeared from a rest stop. I took down the number. I reported what I saw, even though deep down, I don't think what I saw was a missing person. I think it was a ghost. Her ghost. As far as I know, she's never been found. While walking back to my house from the back of my property around dusk, I turned the corner to where my driveway and house was in view. I saw a tall, dark shadow of a person with no facial features or anything, just all black. It walked towards me and I walked towards it, since it was in front of my house in the driveway. I was watching it walk towards me, and I had an uneasy feeling because I couldn't make out who it was, but I assumed it was my husband's friend coming up to help with working on the truck in the back of the property. Because of this, it didn't click in my mind how there were no facial features. And then I took my eyes off of it for probably 2 seconds, just checking on the puppy that was standing next to me. And then once I looked back up, expecting to see someone a handful of feet away from me, there was no one. They were just suddenly gone. Freaked me the fuck out, to say the least. I was scared of walking outside at night by myself. It took months for me to get over that. This happened a couple of years ago, and I still don't know what to make of it. I wasn't drunk, I wasn't sleep deprived, and I know what I saw. I had just started a new job out in southern Colorado. Took a small rental house on the edge of town, an older place, quiet. It backed up to a field that turned into woods, and I'd often see deer passing through in the mornings. Peaceful kind of life. About a month in, I started noticing something strange. There was this coyote that started showing up at the edge of the field. At first, I barely gave it a second thought. Pretty common out there. But this one never came too close. It would just watch, always standing still, always facing the house. It showed up around dusk almost every day, always in the exact same spot, like clockwork. After about a week of this, I tried to snap a picture, but when I raised my phone, it trotted back into the tree line. It was just gone. And one night, I stepped out onto the porch to bring in a package, and I found it sitting at the bottom of the steps. Same coyote, still as a statue. Eyes locked on mine. It growled. Not a full snarl, just a deep, low vibration. And it turned its head toward the field, like it wanted me to look. And I did. At first, I didn't see anything. But then in the trees, I noticed movement. Something too big to be another coyote, standing on 2 legs, watching us from between the branches. I blinked, and it was gone. When I looked back down, the coyote was gone too. No sound, no tracks. Gone. That night, I couldn't sleep. Something felt wrong in the house. The walls felt too thin, the lights were flickering. Was it the weather? I don't know. I thought I heard footsteps on the back porch. I got up and looked, sure I was going to see something. But of course, I didn't see anything to match the footsteps. The next evening, I left work late and I got home just after dark. As I pulled up, my headlights swept across the front porch, and I saw it again, the coyote. Only this time, it wasn't standing still. It was pacing, agitated. looking from the house to the field and back again. I thought this thing was trying to warn me or kill me. I parked, but I didn't get out. I just sat there with my engine running. Something told me not to open the door. About 2 minutes later, I saw the back porch light turn on inside the house. The problem was, I hadn't gone inside yet. I didn't go in that night at all. I drove to a motel and stayed there. The next morning, I went home to find the back door wide open. No sign of forced entry, nothing taken. But my kitchen, it smelled horrible, like garbage and wet earth and metal. Like something had been in there. The coyote never came back after that. And once my time was up, I didn't go back either. But I do wonder if whatever that coyote was trying to warn me about, maybe that stayed. Or maybe that's where it lives. Whatever it was. I can't believe 23andMe filed for bankruptcy. Well, I can because the business wasn't able to maintain a returning customer base, myself included. So I guess I'm partially to blame. I used it once and was able to find some relatives on Facebook from this ancestry list. I also uncovered a family secret on my mother Tilly's side. It was one that brought tears to her eyes when I told her about my knowledge of it. But really, after that rare bombshell, I didn't have a need to continue my subscription with 23andMe. What I got out of it was worth way more than the subscription cost anyway. And I'm not talking about the bells and whistles. I'm talking, again, this product was pretty cut and dry in the way that it works. My name leads to my mom and dad's. My dad, Rick, has a column showing his 3 brothers. My mom, Tilly, has her column, where it's listed a Claudette Marie as my mom's sister. The date of her birth was 5 years before my mom's. It also listed her as deceased, and if my math was correct, my mom would have been 11 or 12 at the time. I had never heard of this Claudette, but I also had never heard of my mom having a sibling. All I ever knew that she was an only child growing up. At least that's what she'd always told me and my dad. If anyone would know, I guess it would be him. They were high school sweethearts, and you can't spend 20 plus years together and just not tell someone you had a sister, especially a sister you grew up with, for more than the first 10 years of your life. So, I asked him. He was the first one I asked, only because he was the first paternal unit I came across on my hunt for answers. It was as simple as, "Dad, does Mom have a sister?" He says, "No." When my mom came home from work that night, I told her that I did a 23andMe thing, and I told her the results showed her having a sister named Claudette. Right when I said the name, she froze like a deer in headlights. I unintentionally cracked the code to a repression, one that she'd been working on for years, filing it far, far back, because when that memory cabinet opened, I could see the crash in her eyes. It was Dad's curious excitement that sent her over the edge when he jumped in with, "How did I never know this, Tilly?" His inflection insinuated that his feelings were hurt from her secrecy. And that's when the waterworks started, and she collapsed at the dining room table, like a criminal in an interrogation room. She at first got really defensive and mad, deflecting the question, telling me that the websites were a scam to try to sell my identity. I know my mom's tactics well, and said, "Yeah, maybe, but who's Claudette?" Seeing how greatly that name affected her the first time that I used it, I decided to try again to invoke a confession, and it did. But what she told us had me and my dad on the edge of our seat the whole time. We heard a whole other part of my mom's life that neither of us could have believed was real if we hadn't heard it from the horse's mouth ourselves. My mom did, in fact, have a sister named Claudette, though she went by Audie, and she did die when my mom was 12. It was such a dramatic incident for the family. They couldn't afford a licensed therapist, and after a year of my mom going through mental and emotional gymnastics over Audie's death, she possibly received some terrible advice from a school counselor nonetheless, when they told her to pretend that she never had a sister, and therefore hadn't lost a sister. Block out the feelings and distract herself with a hobby whenever she felt those thoughts creep in. We were shocked at the horrible guidance that she was given as a child, but she was somehow able to do it. Forget about Audie. Move to her aunt and uncles in Denver, a suggestion made by the same counselor to her parents, wondering if Tilly had anyone she could stay with while her parents were getting Audie's room cleared out. And her parents were on board, as it was expressed to them a dire necessity for Tilly's overall well-being. They'd already lost one daughter. They didn't want to risk losing both girls, and Tilly was shipped off at the end of that week. My mom says in the long run, that really worked out for her, because a few years later, she'd meet my dad at Northfield, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that. So, lucky me. And don't get me wrong, Mom, I'm grateful to be alive and all, but the silent, continued stare we gave my mom politely encouraged her to touch upon what we'd really sat down to discuss. After an unbearably long pause of anticipation, my mom tells us that when Audie was alive, she picked up some books on witchcraft and started practicing spells. There's white magic and black magic. White magic aims to bring positive change, heal, and overall assist others, while black magic is often for harm, control, manipulation, and it's selfish. She was experimenting with black magic, seeking vengeance on a classmate, one that had recently done her dirty. Audie made a shrine in her closet in their room. Tilly also stayed in that room, and her side of the bed was against the wall of the closet. The foot of her bed pointed toward the closet door, and at night, after their parents were fast asleep, she'd watch Audie reach her arm back behind the headboard of her bed, and she kept a book of matches there, and she would gently slip out of the covers and crawl over to the closet. Audie would light a candle, and Tilly would see her side profile leaning in and out of the closet, whispering words she didn't recognize as English. Every night, this ceremonial routine would take place, seemingly at the same time, even though they didn't have a clock in their room, to be sure. During one of those occasions, while Tilly watched on in her bed, the candle that illuminated in a soft white-yellow flicker was blown out, and in the dark, she hears Audie gasp as her outline becomes visible again. This time, the glow coming from inside the closet is a deep, solid red. The color didn't dance around like the candle's light. From the angle Tilly's at, she can't see into the closet, but for a brief moment, the whole room is engulfed in the red light emitting from the closet, and then all turns to black. The light was gone, and the room was dark again. Audie doesn't leave her position, sitting on her knees, staring into the closet. The little amount of light that did reach the room came from the window outside. It was just enough to brighten Audie's side profile, staunch at the foot of the bed. Tilly watched her remain frozen until her eyes became heavy and she fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, Audie had left her spot in the closet, but she wasn't in bed. She was nowhere to be found that morning. Their dad called the police, went out searching for her before Tilly had even woken up. They discovered that she was missing when they woke up. One of them just so happened to peek in and only saw one of the girls in bed, and when they looked around the house, with no avail, their dad made the moves while their mom stayed home just in case Audie came back. And eventually, she did, in the back of a police car. It was still the AM, but everyone had been up for hours already, worrying and grieving over her disappearance. When the police brought her to the door, she was met with a flurry of rotating emotions from the family. But Audie herself showed seemingly no emotion whatsoever. She wasn't happy to be reunited with her family. If anything, she was annoyed that she'd been returned to her doorstep. Though Audie had her rebellious stints like any teenager does, she'd never done something like that. There were sticks and leaves tangled in her hair, and her clothes were dirty. She was in the same nighttime clothing that Tilly had seen her in the night before. A white tank top, now stained with dirt, and the shorts that she'd slept in, same thing. It was cold outside, and coldest at that time of the morning. She didn't show any signs of discomfort, though. Where was she? Their mom asked the police officer. He says that they found her down at the docks by Kelly's Landing. A couple eating breakfast there saw her down by the water and alerted authorities. That call was made a little after their dad's call, so after detaining her, they quickly started putting the pieces together as to who she might be. Audie wouldn't answer their questions, so it was up to them to figure it out. When they left, their parents couldn't decide whether making her stay home or go to school would be more of a punishment. They both had to work that day, so they told Audie to get cleaned up for school, but she didn't. She put on a shirt over her dirty tank top and the first pair of pants that she found in their room, and then her backpack. Though their dad would still have to miss work that day, because as he's turning on his computer, his desk phone rings. The high school principal at the time was named Mr. Zimmerman, and while he explains that Audie had just viciously attacked another classmate during first period, there's a commotion over the phone, and he hears Mr. Zimmerman scream before the phone disconnects. Their dad dropped everything and sped down to the high school, where Audie was once again in police custody, but this time it was for a far more crazy reason. Not only did she attack that classmate, presumably the one that she was using the shrine to put a hex on, but while the principal was on the phone, she leapt over his desk like an animal and started biting the arm that he was holding the phone with. The suit that he was wearing didn't protect him from her teeth. She was able to break the skin through the fabric, according to Tilly. She was also expelled, but Tilly doesn't remember her being required to serve any actual jail time. Audie was somehow able to leave the school with my dad that day and avoided handcuffs. When Tilly got home from school later that afternoon, Audie had snapped out of her berserker mindset, and she claimed that she'd blacked out during the violent episode. In the hours at home before Tilly arrived, she was able to convince their dad that she had genuine remorse for her actions. Tilly found her reading a book in their room. She was still wearing her bloodied shirt, the one that was stretched out by the collar. Her cut-up knuckles held the book in front of her face. Tilly dropped her backpack inside the doorway and asked about the injuries, but Audie couldn't remember where she'd gotten them from. The closet door was open, and that reminded Tilly of the red glow the night before. She also sees that the shrine is gone. The corner that it took up was cleared out, like it was never there. Tilly asked about that too, and Audie tells her that she threw it out when she got home. This gave Tilly tremendous relief, and for the next few hours, things started to feel like they were lightening up. The hostility that Audie had been walking around with, it seemed to have lifted, and she was acting like her old self again. They never shared a loving sisterly bond. Audie was just the right age difference to see Tilly as a pest, but recently, things felt extra strained because she'd been so agitated with her drama at school. Tilly felt like she had to walk on eggshells around her, trying not to be the target of a snide remark. Audie's smile and the shrine being gone were so surprising that Tilly forgot to even ask her about the red glow again until later that night when they'd gotten into their beds. Tilly pretended to fall asleep, waiting to see if Audie would still perform her witchcraft rituals, but eventually, with no activity happening, she drifted off to sleep. It wasn't long, though, until she was woken up again. As Tilly's facing the wall, she thinks it was the sound of glass breaking that took her out of a dream. And then she hears what sounds like more glass splintering and falling out and shattering onto the concrete outside, along with another sound, one that she describes as peeling a ripe banana. It was a sloshy, tearing noise, along with the glass, that made her fully wake up into consciousness and roll over. In between their beds, they shared a small half-circle desk. Above that was a window. Audie climbed onto the tabletop on her knees and then pushed her head through the window's glass and began sawing through her own neck, back and forth. She was a quarter of the way through when Tilly started screaming to alert her parents. Their mom and dad ran in, and they turned on the lights, just as Audie's back and forth slowed to a stop, bleeding out before she could fully decapitate herself on the broken glass. Her body slouched forward, and their dad rushed forward to get a hold of her before she slid down further. Her blood was everywhere, inside their room, outside the window. There was nothing that paramedics could do when they got there. Tilly had been sprayed with blood as well. It'd gotten in her eyes, saturated her hair. It would take thousands of hours of scrubbing in the shower before the heinous sensation went away and she could feel clean again. In the following days, when the parents would go back into that bedroom, they'd find a 3-page letter that Audie wrote before ending her life. She said she made contact with an entity that became stronger than what she could control, like a tug of war. When she felt overpowered, this thing was able to take control of her. She wrote about the shrine that her parents knew nothing about. Tilly would explain it to them after Audie had declared it to be where it had manifested from. The parents would blame themselves for years and never know if there were signs they missed that indicated Audie's mental condition. From what I know, their great-grandmother spent the second half of her life tied to a radiator at the asylum. The dad took it the hardest because he knew that he should have taken her to the hospital right when he'd picked her up from school that day. But he was so mad about the whole situation. He had tunnel vision. My mom followed up by saying that she's up to date with her doctor visits and that she always has been. And she's always been very honest with her provider about anything that goes on in her brain. I do wonder if it's hereditary. Does that mean I'm at risk for having whatever my late aunt did? I blame 23andMe for causing such turmoil in mine and my family's life. Now I'm paranoid about every little thing. Is it a red flag that I'm soon about to go off the deep end, not even know that I've taken up the family curse? I'm a 25-year-old female with the stomach lining of a 50-year-old man. I didn't want to take the attention away from my mom when she told us the story, but I could feel an ulcer growing as she was telling me about this, thinking, God, is that my future? I'm concerned that recently reading things is making me paranoid. Maybe just, because it's on my mind. I believe I'm starting to feel the ailments. People think the scariest part of being an EMT is the blood, or the screaming, or walking into the worst day of someone's life and trying to keep your hands from shaking. And that stuff, it's bad. but you get used to it. What I never got used to was Unit 42. My name's Wes, and I've been running calls for over 9 years now. I work the overnight shift, 12 hours of darkness, drunk drivers and heart attacks. They always seem to wait until 3 a.m. to strike. I used to bounce around different rigs depending on availability, but about a year ago they assigned me permanently to 42. At first I was flattered. Full-time rig meant I was trusted, senior. Only later did I realize that they were happy to pass it off to someone else. It started with small stuff. My radio flickering on by itself, usually in dead zones where we had no signal. Lights would dim or strobe in a way that couldn't be explained by wiring. Once, while transporting a patient, the heart monitor kept flatlining, 0 heartbeat, while the guy was clearly still alive and chatting with us. We pulled over, swapped out the equipment, and everything was fine. And there was the smell. Not blood, not vomit, not even death. It was this sweet and sour, coppery scent. It would come and go, usually just before something went wrong. And always in 42, never in any other rig. The worst part, I saw a woman in the mirror, more than once. I didn't see her at first. My partner, Jess, was the one to say something. She said that she thought she saw someone in the back while she was driving, just a shape at first. Later, she described her as soaked, like she'd been pulled out of a river, hair plastered to her face, blank eyes. I thought she was overtired. We all get like that sometimes. But a week later, while backing into the hospital bay, I caught something in the rearview mirror. She was sitting up on the stretcher. We'd just dropped off a patient. The back was empty. No one was back there. No sound, no movement, just her, staring, and then gone, literally within a blink. I didn't say a word about it, not at first, but I started keeping notes, weird coincidences, calls that felt wrong. The regulars on the psych hold circuit said that they saw her too, called her the drowned lady. One guy screamed, refusing to get into the rig altogether, said that she was whispering to him. Several months ago, I found out Unit 42 was involved in a fatal accident 5 years ago. Rolled onto a wet highway while transporting a woman who'd attempted suicide. Drove straight into the river. Paramedics survived. She did not. I'm sure you can guess where she was sitting, being the patient and all. I've tried asking for a different rig, but there's always some sort of excuse. No spares, fleet rotation. You're great with 42, Wes. I am great with it. That's the messed up part. The calls are smoother now. The bad luck's faded. But every now and then, I do see her. In the mirror. Or the reflection of the side windows. She's always looking. Like she's not trying to scare me. Just making sure I'm paying attention. And I always am. So back in the 60s, my grandpa was a professional thief in Boston, and he was pretty proud of that too. People tend to have mixed feelings about it, so I'm sorry if anyone finds that triggering. But we can't help who we come from, or how they kept food on the table. For what it's worth, he never hurt anyone. He only targeted wealthy homes while the owners were away. His motto was, if you're going to risk the time, make it a worthwhile crime. When I got a little older, he would tell me stories of his exploits, and one always stuck out to me. There was a well-known house a little ways outside the city that had a reputation for being haunted. The owners went away on vacation, and there were no nearby neighbors. Grandpa didn't believe in ghosts and preferred elderly targets because they were always the ones with the valuable old stuff lying around. He got into this house and started his looting process, taking his time, happy to have an easy job. While he was grabbing the silverware from the dining room, he heard footsteps down the staircase, and he almost had a heart attack. He thought the couple had left someone to watch the house, but as the steps rounded the corner, no one appeared. The steps vanished several feet before him, and everything was silent again. Despite how it sounded, the only logical conclusion was that someone had seen him first and hid. The last thing Grandpa wanted to do was find them, so he finished bagging up the silverware and started toward the back door. When he walked by the dining table, one of the chairs shot out from underneath and hit his leg hard enough to knock him down. There was no one under the table, no one in the room at all. He picked up the chair. No strings or wires, just an ordinary chair. The back door was through the kitchen, but it wouldn't open. It felt like someone had nailed it shut, even though that was the door he entered through. He checked all the locks despite knowing he hadn't locked it. Finally, he gave up and started for the front door. As he walked through the dining room, the living room, a picture fell off a wall as he passed it. When he tried to open the front door, it was also stuck. He pulled as hard as he could until it suddenly gave way and hit him right in the face. It was enough force to make his nose bleed. He didn't even bother cleaning it up. He just ran for it. There was no fear of DNA evidence back then, so it wasn't much of a concern police-wise. He never went near another haunted house for the rest of his life. That job turned him into a believer. I always wondered, what did the couple think when they came home, found bloodstains on their door, silverware missing, broken picture frame, but the rest of their valuables untouched? Maybe their grandchildren now tell their own version of the same story. That would be pretty cool. We were sitting in the living room, my sister and I, talking about our grandfather. It had been a year since he passed. He was the kind of man who never had much to say, but somehow still managed to fill a room. Always polished shoes, always carried peppermint candies in his pocket. We weren't crying or anything like that, just remembering, telling stories, laughing quietly at the little things. His terrible handwriting, how he used to insist that all bananas were too green. The picture frame on the bookshelf across from us, third shelf down, a photo of him and our grandma on their anniversary. He's smiling in it, something rare. His hand is on hers. It's one of those moments that doesn't look like much until the person's gone, and it suddenly means everything. We were mid-conversation. She was saying something about his old workshop when I noticed it. The picture frame had turned, not tilted or tipped, it turned, slowly and deliberately, as if someone had gently twisted it to face us. The movement took maybe 3 seconds, just enough to make my stomach drop. I pointed. My sister turned and saw it mid-move. Neither of us spoke for a good 30 seconds. There was no draft in the house. Nothing was shaking the floors, and nothing else moved. Just that one frame. She got up and walked over to it, placed a hand on it, looked behind the shelf. Nothing strange and nothing out of place. "Okay," she said, half laughing, but her voice cracked a little. "Hi, Grandpa." We haven't seen it move since, but we do swear that it happened. And neither of us has moved that frame back, still facing the direction he left it, in that room. I camp with the same group of friends every year. Just a guy's trip to unplug, fish, drink too much, and talk crap around the fire. We never go to the same spot twice, and last fall we picked a site near a creek in the Tennessee backwoods. Beautiful place, crystal clear water, moss-covered rocks, and not another soul for miles. The first night, normal stuff. We set up camp, cooked dinner, someone fell asleep in a camp chair holding a beer. You know the drill. But the second night, we stayed up late, talking. Around midnight, one of the guys, Kevin, noticed something across the creek. "Who's that?" he asked, squinting. We all looked, but just trees, far as I could tell. But Kevin swore he saw someone, a man standing knee-deep in the water. He said that he thought it was a fisherman at first, but something about the way he stood wasn't right. Too still, like he was waiting for something. We chalked it up to moonlight and beer, but Kevin wouldn't let it go. He didn't sleep that night, just sat by the fire with his flashlight aimed at the creek. The next morning, we found wet footprints around the back of Kevin's tent. Just his tent. He left after that. Said something didn't feel right. I can't blame him. The rest of us stayed the final night, but nobody slept well. The creek, which had been peaceful before, suddenly felt too quiet, in a creepy way. Whatever Kevin saw, if he saw anything at all, it certainly left a mark on him. He doesn't camp with us anymore. Says he's done with the woods. Says the man in the creek might still be watching. Seems a little dramatic, but he's serious. My late brother saved my life. His name was Morgan, and he died of COVID in 2020. He already had underlying health conditions brought on by his time in the military that made it unable for him to fight off the infection after he got sick. He served in the Army for several years, and when he appeared to me, he was dressed in his full military gear. Not his uniform, but tactical gear, like I'd only seen in photos of him overseas. It happened a couple of years ago. There was a fair in Winnipeg. I'm American and live in Minnesota. Winnipeg's right over the border. Me and my friends would always go back and forth over the border to party. We saw advertisements at the gas station for the traveling fair. All of us got excited, and we knew we had to go. The next Saturday, me and my 3 friends all piled into my car with only our passports and some cash. It was later into the night, and the fair was slowly starting to clear out. There must have been an hour left before they officially closed. Most of the vendors and rides were in the process of shutting down. We'd been there all day, and I know most of us were out of money by then. It was exchanged for fair food and stuffed animals that we won from games. I still have a few stuffed cow keychains that I won that night. I worked hard for these stupid softball-sized cows, and I got quite a few. A lot of the games had them as prizes, and I made it my mission to win as many as possible that night. I know my final tally was in the double digits, more than 9, that's for sure, but I only ended up leaving the fair with 3. I was on the furthest left side of the group, with my hands full heading towards the exit, and from behind me, I heard my brother's voice shout, "Hey, shitstain." And that's what he used to call me. It was a nickname for me, a term of endearment. Instead of little bro, he called me shitstain, even when he was in a good mood. And my parents never stopped his behavior, so shitstain was able to slowly replace my real name over the years. Wild to think about later in life, but that's what we got going on during this period of my life. And remember, he fought for our country, so cut him some slack. So, from directly behind me, I hear, "Hey, shitstain." And instinctively, I flinch and dive, because most of the time after hearing that, there's going to be something launched in my direction following the greeting. It was an uncontrollable reaction that sent me flying down into the muddy ground on my knees. And that's when I lose the majority of my stuffed cow keychains, sinking into the muck in front of me. At that precise moment, though, I was more distracted, watching a helium tank shuttle over my head like a rocket after skipping on the ground a few feet in front of me. The canister barely cleared me, and shattered the bones of the legs of the person behind me. If I wouldn't have ducked, that metal cylinder could have decapitated me easily, or caved in my chest if it missed my head. Either outcome, I'd have been without major organs functioning if it hit me. Some drunk carny was loading a bunch of tanks into the back of a truck. One fell off and landed just at the right angle to crack the top and send it like a bottle rocket. It was pandemonium for the people around that saw it happen. There was a cacophony of screams as some rushed to the man's aid and others looked on in frozen disbelief. The carny actually tried to get in his truck and drive away, but more people jumped in to stop him. This is all happening around me at the same time. It's hard to explain what it's like right after almost dying. I was in shock, sitting on my knees there in the mud. I began crying, and I couldn't lift myself up. My muscles refused to move. Still looking for my brother, dressed in his full tactical suit, camo pants. I started looking for anyone fitting that description, which you'd think would be easy. Everyone, though, was in civilian clothing. Behind me, a woman screamed, "He's losing a lot of blood." And in front of me, I saw an ambulance speeding right for me, and the shock of near death quickly wore off when the threat of real death presented itself. I got up and moved aside. I picked up the cows that hadn't been run over and walked to the front gate to meet up with my friends. I didn't see that they had run behind me to help the guy during the commotion. When we did all get back together, they were all quiet, experiencing a shock of their own after helping with the guy's injury. He was in pretty bad shape by the time medics were loading him up. The tank basically tore his leg in half, and one of my friends had to use his shirt as a tourniquet until help arrived. They didn't even see how close I'd come to getting my head taken off by it. I told my mom this story when I got home, and it made her cry. She said my brother would be my guardian angel when he died. Not being a religious person, I never put weight into her saying that, and this experience didn't make me go out and get a Bible, but it did make me believe in something more, something past our skin suits. And what do you think? I told my friend this story, and she told me her grandmother reached out to her in the same kind of way. She wasn't in the middle of a near-death experience, but when she was little, she was riding her bike on a long stretch of road when the chain slipped and she lost control. Her bike went off the side of the road into a ditch, and she thinks that she was briefly knocked unconscious after the crash because she remembered leaving the road. But when she opened her eyes again, she was looking directly up into the blue sky, and her grandma was standing over her. She tells her, "You're all right, honey," then backs out of her line of view, so all she can see is the sky again. When she sat up, she was all alone in the ditch. She had to walk her bike up the rest of the way. The wheels were now bent along with the previous chain issue. When she got home, she had the same conversation with her mom that I did with my mom, claiming our deceased relatives are now guardian angels. Have any of you ever had an old family member come help when you needed them? Not everybody in my family is good, and there's more than a few that I wouldn't want checking on me in the afterlife. I don't really know how to feel about this then. It sounds good until you consider my dead, creepy great-uncle. I'm sure that he would have loved to be my guardian angel. What's to stop him from watching me sleep? Am I taking this idea too far? I think these are the questions that need to be asked if we're supposed to find a foundational understanding of what's after our flesh cube. I'd like to conclude this with a wise quote to encompass all of this. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Someone will say, what is lost can never be saved. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. I used to work at Mejir in the deli. A customer came up and asked for my opinion. I recommended all the things I liked and was just super friendly. I guess he ended up calling the store that night asking for me. The other girl I was working with didn't even offer the phone to me, just told him I'd left. Thank God. He came back the next day and started asking personal questions to me. I was very vague and then started helping other customers. He left, came back the next day. I had to get management involved. He was standing, like behind a pole, just watching me. I had to be walked to my car every night for about a month. I'd call my boyfriend at the time, who's now my husband, every night on my way home. And I lived in an apartment building with another coworker whose husband would literally walk me to the door. I still feel like he's watching sometimes, and this was over 4 years ago. I was up north, far north British Columbia, Canada, working in an oil rig, camped out in the woods. I was working as a cook. I went out one afternoon for a smoke on the back deck. It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was really quiet. Still, winter day. It was snowing, those kind of big snowflakes, the ones that make it look like everything's moving in slow motion. So as I was standing there smoking, just staring off into the distance, not looking at anything in particular, looking left, right, up and down, whatever, I felt something looking at me. And then I looked straight ahead. About 30 or less feet in front of me was the tree line of the forest. And directly in front of me, in between two trees, I see the most gigantic wolf I've ever seen. This thing was sitting, looking like it was the size of a man standing. It was massive, sitting there and just staring right at me. We locked eyes, and then I looked away for a split second. I looked back, and it was gone. I don't know. It gave me the weirdest feeling, though. It was definitely looking at me like, hey, I see you. I could eat you, but I won't, and disappeared. It's something I'll always remember. I volunteer part-time for a trail maintenance group up in the Olympic National Park area. Mostly just clear brush, reporting blowdowns, helping folks who get turned around. I've always been a solo hiker, and the park feels like home to me. Never had a reason to be scared out there, until this experience. It was late in September, cool and damp, but not quite into the real heavy rain yet. I went out to check on the lesser-used loop trail near the staircase. Nothing technical, just overgrown and often forgotten once summer ends. I planned to do a quick sweep, eat lunch by the creek, and head back by mid-afternoon. I remember reaching this bend in the trail where these huge moss-covered rocks sort of frame the path, like natural gates. I've passed through them a dozen times before, but as I walked between them that day, something shifted. Everything got quiet, not just deep woods quiet. No birds, no wind. Even the sound of my own boots on the dirt felt muffled. I kept going for maybe 15 minutes before I started feeling like I wasn't where I was supposed to be. The trail looked familiar, but not quite right. Too narrow, no signage, trees spaced weird, like someone rearranged them just slightly. My watch said 12:41 p.m. I turned around and walked back, thinking I must have taken a wrong turn. But when I came back through those same stone gates, the sun was already dipping, golden hour light, sky turning orange. I pulled out my phone. No service, but the lock screen said 6:17 p.m. I lost nearly 6 hours. It didn't feel like a dream. I didn't fall or hit my head. No signs of a panic attack. I was fully alert, not hungry or dehydrated. But I don't remember anything about that time. Not a damn thing. I told the other stewards, and one of the older guys just nodded and said, "That trail doesn't like everybody." Whatever that means. I haven't gone back through those rocks since, and I don't plan to. When I was about 6 years old, this would have been around 1990, I was riding my big wheel bike down a block in the DC suburb. The way our street was situated, at the end of the block was the entrance to an alleyway. It took you behind all of the houses. I would frequently turn down the alley and go behind our house and enter through our back gate. As I got toward the end of the block, a car was coming, and I stopped and waved my hand, indicating that they could go ahead. I would wait for them to pass. The driver in the car refused to go, motioned for me to go instead, so I went ahead and entered the alley. I got about halfway up the alley, not quite to my house, when someone grabbed me from behind. It was the driver, and she was pissed. She turned into the alley after me, drove down, parked her car in the middle of the alley, and gotten out. She yanked me by the arm and screamed in my face, "Don't you ever use police signals with me." I immediately began sobbing. I ran to my house and told my parents. By the time they ran out the back door, the driver was gone. I'm 38 now, and I still think about it. I met a guy. He seemed super charismatic, and after talking for a while, I agreed to go on a date with him. It was our first date, and it was Valentine's Day. I went over to his house to see a movie that he had acted in. He starts the movie, and I settle back to watch. I was in film school, and the guy, Nick, he told me that he wanted my professional opinion. We're 5 minutes into the movie when Nick reaches for the remote and says, "Let's fast forward to my part." I reply that in order to adequately critique the movie, I should see it from the beginning. Nick assures me that his scene is self-contained and needs no context. A fight scene plays. Nick pauses and asks, "What do you think?" I look confused, and Nick says, "Did you miss me? Let's play it again." I watch the scene again, but still can't make out Nick. Nick rewinds, plays, and pauses. "There I am," he says, gazing fondly at the screen. Except the screen was gray. No actors, no landscape, nothing but gray snow. "What do you think?" he asked, his eyes never leaving the empty screen. At that point, I realized Nick was crazy. "That's great," I said, "but look at the time. Time sure flies when you're having fun." Nick was still staring at the screen with a strange little smile. I stood up. Nick stood up, now not smiling. "You're not going anywhere," Nick said. It's funny how fear works. I've found that in times of danger, adrenaline supersedes fear. I managed to trick Nick. At first, it was by hiding from him within the very home. Since he was blocking the door while calling for me, I knew it wasn't an option. Instead, I made my way from room to room, finally the master bedroom, which connected to a bathroom with a separate entrance. I sat in that room for almost an hour, and I knew Nick hadn't moved from his position at the front door. Then, after some time, I decided that I would just make some noise. He would have to investigate, and once he did, I'd run out the other entrance of the bathroom, and after more than an hour of suspense, I was finally able to escape Nick in that very way. Turns out it wasn't even Nick's place. He'd taken me to a house of someone that he'd ripped off in a drug deal. I'm very wary now of going to a guy's home unless I know him extremely well. I enjoy a beer at a bar by myself from time to time, either just to be alone or maybe chat with the bartender if they're feeling social. Occasionally I'll get some unwanted attention, but usually a casual mention of my boyfriend gets folks to buzz off without issue. One time I was at this little dive bar by my house. A guy sat next to me and started chatting with me. Friendly stuff, nothing too forward. Didn't even catch his name. Then he goes, "You live at," named my address. "Yes? Unit number 1 on the corner." I lived in an apartment complex. My unit was indeed number 1 on the corner. I'd never seen this man before. I got a sinking, "this isn't good" feeling. "No," I replied. "I'm sorry. You must have mistaken me for someone else." His demeanor changed immediately. He twisted towards me with this really annoyed look. He responded, "No, I see you. I always see you. You live there." His tone was this mix of frustrated and offended. He was just glaring at me, waiting for me to respond. I bumbled out, "Nope, I don't live there," one more time. I paid my bill and I bounced. I was too nervous to go home, so I went to a friend's who gave me some pepper spray, just in case. Thankfully, I never saw him again. I moved out of that apartment soon after, which I was already considering, but this gave me the push. My guess or hope was that he lived nearby and just lacked social skills. But the way he said, "I always see you," still gives me chills. Someone tried to kidnap me on my way home. I was right next to my house, literally the other side of a fence. I could see my front door. They never caught him. Girls my age and similar looking all had stories like mine over the years, and the guy they described was aging appropriately. Carried on for 6 years, and then it stopped. When I was with my ex, her daughter would constantly walk around corners to cut behind us and wasn't getting how quick it could happen. So I asked her one day if I could pick her up when she stepped behind Mummy, just to see how quick we vanished. I hated scaring her, but she said yes. I scooped her up and stepped behind a wall with her. She never cut behind us again. I'd have loved to have left her as a kid without that fear, but she'd do it in a crowded place in city centers, and I'd just rather scare her than have something bad happen to her. I may have escaped my bad situation, but I was lucky. I've seen a man hit a woman as they were in their car, which had pulled off the side of the road onto the shoulder. I'd stopped to make a left turn as I witnessed this. I'm the type of lady who will help out another woman in a time of need. I'll stand up for her, even knowing that domestic violence situations are volatile. This woman had been sitting in the back seat of a beat-up old car, while the man punched her head. By the time I pulled my truck onto the side street and parked it, I could see him leaning over the driver's seat and pummeling something. His fists were flying as the F-bombs exploded. I crossed the intersection and then belted out, "Hey, cuz," a term we use in Hawaii for a guy you don't know. "What the do you think you're doing?" I have a set of lungs that can be heard 50 miles away, I've been told. This caught him off guard for a moment and he stopped punching. He looked at me and said that he was looking for something in the back seat. I said, "No way, cuz. I was watching you from the time that I pulled across the street." It was about this time that the woman in the back seat sat up. Her face was bloodied, and I could tell that her nose was broken. The guy said this was none of my business and to leave them alone. I walked to the back door of the car and opened it. I'm 5'4" and 115 pounds. The punk guy looked the same as me. The young woman in the back seat was even more petite. I figured he only had his fists and mouth for weapons. Me too, along with a 16-ounce hammer that I shoved in the back of my shorts that he couldn't see. I motioned for the girl to get out of the car. I needed my hands free in case this guy decided to test his luck in punching me. She slowly made her way out. The guy kept screaming at her to get in the car and that it was none of my business. I calmly told him that I'd been the girl in the back seat before and it was my business now. He fled the scene with the back door of the car flailing open. Not before I got the license plate number, though. I talked with the girl as I helped her into my truck, drove her to the hospital. There was a language barrier. She spoke no English and I spoke no Filipino. So I kept saying everything will be better. I offered her my cell phone to call family before I left her at the emergency room. I also called 911 so the police could get that guy. I read that he was arrested a few days later. I never knew what brought on the abuse. I just knew what I saw, and I was not going to allow that young woman to be beaten up by a guy for any reason, nor will I ever. When I got to my friend's home much later than I said and told him what happened, he just looked at me like I was crazy. I'm the first to admit that I am, partially. For intervening, he said, I should have just dialed 911. Perhaps I should have, but that girl could have ended up dead in a lava tube somewhere, instead of the emergency room. So, much aloha to you all, and always, always look to the light. I grew up in a small, quiet suburb just outside a mid-sized city. Our neighborhood was fairly new at the time. Most of the houses built within a few years of each other. Cookie-cutter homes with trimmed lawns, white mailboxes, and friendly neighbors who all waved when they drove by. Behind our house, though, was something different. Our backyard backed into a large forested ravine, not the kind of deep ravine with cliffs or running water, but a wild, overgrown stretch of trees and brush that dipped down sharply from the edge of our yard. It stretched on for what seemed like miles, twisting and narrowing until it disappeared into the distance. No trails, no playgrounds, just thick woods and whatever animals called it home. My bedroom was on the ground floor at the back of the house, which meant my window looked directly into the trees. During the day, it was actually kind of beautiful. Sunlight filtered through the leaves. Deer wandered close to the fence, birds nearby. But at night, the ravine felt like a different place. It was always too quiet, and the trees would press in just enough that you couldn't really see what was out there. The kind of dark that made you hesitate before opening the curtains. Over the span of 5 years, I saw the same man walk through my bedroom 4 separate times. He always appeared the same way, just there. 1 second the room would be still. The next, he was walking through it like it was a hallway he'd been down 100 times before. Middle-aged, flannel shirt, blue jeans, red baseball cap, always holding a dog leash in his right hand. No dog. Each time, he'd stop in the exact same spot, just past the foot of my bed. He'd look around like he was searching for something or listening. His expression wasn't angry or sad, just focused, intent. Then, without a word or sound, he'd turn and walk toward the back wall of my room, through it, right toward the ravine, and then he would be gone. I never heard a sound, no footsteps, no rustle of fabric, just movement, presence. The first time it happened, I was maybe 10 or 11. I was terrified, screamed for my parents. My dad came rushing in, but of course, no one was there. He searched the house, checked the locks, even walked outside with a flashlight just to be sure. Nothing. They told me it was a dream, that I must have been half asleep. Maybe I would have believed that, until it happened again, and again. Every few years, same man, same clothes, same path. By the last time, I wasn't even scared anymore, just uneasy, watching him stop, look around, and disappear toward the woods like he always did. The only detail that ever changed was the look on his face. The final time I saw him, he looked tired, not in a physical way, but emotionally, like someone running out of hope. I always got the sense that he had lost something important. The leash was the giveaway. He never said anything, but I think whatever he was searching for, it wasn't in the house. It was in the ravine. My theory is simple. I think he lost his dog out there. Maybe years ago, long before the houses were built. Maybe it disappeared one day, and he went out looking, day after day, until it broke him. And now, he still is. Whatever he was, spirit, memory, imprint, he didn't feel threatening, just stuck, wandering through places that no longer exist, following the same path that he used to take when he had hope of finding what he had lost. We moved out years ago. The new owners cut back the trees, built a tall fence along the property line. Every time I drive past the neighborhood, I wonder if he still walks that same path, if he's still looking. I was hauling steel out of Amarillo around midnight, cutting south on 287. It's long, flat, and empty out there, just highway and dark sky. I'd made that drive 100 times, but that night, it was different. After about 30 minutes in, I noticed a light in the sky behind me. I figured it was a plane at first, but it was low and getting lower. Before I could pull over, the truck started to slow, the engine still running, but the RPMs dropping like I'd taken my foot off the gas. Then, my dash lit up with every warning it had, like it was rebooting. I looked out my side mirror, and the light was hovering maybe 30 feet up, pacing me perfectly. Then, it vanished. The gauges flicked back to normal, and the truck picked up speed like nothing happened. When I finally stopped at a rest area, I checked the dash cam. It had frozen, just static, for exactly 7 minutes. I grew up in rural Appalachia, so I grew up hearing all kinds of superstitions and legends about ghosts and other creepy things. Of course, as an adult, I realized that they were mostly made up by people trying to scare their kids from wandering off into the woods and passed down over the generations. I was told to never respond if something called my name in the woods, and if we heard whistling outside at night, it meant the devil was close. Of course, there's real truth and valuable advice in some of those stories. If a stranger is calling to you from the woods or whistling outside your house at night, you probably should be afraid, especially as a child. I never experienced either there in the mountains. The scariest thing that ever happened to me wasn't supernatural and happened in New Mexico. My mom died when I was very little, and when I was about 20, my dad passed away, leaving me without immediate family except my brother. Dad didn't have much, but he left his house to my brother, and just enough money for me that I was able to buy 2 acres and a nice used camper. My boyfriend, now my husband, wanted to move back home and be close to his mom, and we planned to eventually build a house. It seemed like such a cool adventure to me at the time. It was literally in the desert. A dirt lot off a dirt road with no electricity or water access, and surrounded by other identical empty plots. Until very recently, you could still find land like that for a little bit of nothing because it's inconvenient and expensive to truly live comfortably out there. We had to haul water from my in-laws' house, use a generator for electricity. My husband worked nights as a security guard, so I was alone in that camper almost every night. Honestly, it was boring, and it felt safe enough to me then because I had a big bear of a Rottweiler named Zeus, who would have defended either of us to the death. Obviously, though, as I'd find out, it wasn't really that safe, dog or not. It was a normal night like any other. I'd been outside watching the sky while I smoked a bowl and came back in to get ready for bed. I had just undressed and climbed into bed when I heard whistling and felt the camper sort of shift, like a hard gust of wind hit it. It wasn't that unusual, because sometimes the wind blew really hard out there, so I would have ignored it if Zeus hadn't started growling like the devil himself was outside. He was crouched down toward the doorway, ready to attack. I was terrified, and it suddenly seemed so foolish to have assumed I was safe out there alone, with a tin aluminum door between me and whatever was out there in the dark. I couldn't help but think about the story my granddad told me all those years ago, about hearing whistling at night, and while I'm not very religious in general, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't pretty unnerved in that moment. The sound of it was so unnaturally high-pitched that it almost sounded like the wind, but not quite, because it had that sort of sad melody to it. Besides that, my dog had never growled at the wind before. I remember thinking how crazy it was that I could hear it over the generator, and I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It sounded like it was everywhere. I tried to work up the courage to peek outside, but I was frozen to the bed. Zeus was going crazy now, growling and snarling and pacing. He rarely barked, but when he did, it was intimidating as hell. And once he started barking at the wall like he was possessed, everything sort of stopped. It was like the tension in the air just slowly dissipated. Zeus was just as freaked out as me and couldn't settle down until I finally let him outside about an hour later. He sniffed the back of the camper where the bedroom was for a good minute before reluctantly turning away and coming back inside, but I was too chicken shit to go outside myself. Cell service was spotty. This was a long time ago, where everyone still had flip phones, and I was without a way to leave or call for help. When I told my husband the next morning, he was convinced it was traffickers or worse trying to break in on me, and that Zeus had scared them off. It was somewhat plausible to me, but I didn't feel that that was the explanation. No one had actually tried to break in. That would be some strange kidnappers to just stand outside whistling. Then he told me that he'd heard rumors of a small cult who lived nearby out there, and maybe it was one of them trying to scare us away. That was more terrifying to me in a way, since I figured if that was the case, they might come back. But in the daylight with my husband there, it also all seemed a bit silly. I remembered how Zeus was sniffing the back of the camper, and we decided to go look around. The dirt out there is soft and sandy. It looked like it had been trampled around by multiple people with different-sized bare feet. The dirt that was right under the small window over my bed. The weirdest part is how there were no tracks leading off in any other direction, away from the camper. Just the ones outside the window. And one set halfway around the backside wall, right around where Zeus had started barking. Suddenly, that crazy cult rumor didn't seem very far-fetched or silly to me. And that's how I ended up living with my mother-in-law for over a year, because living in fear of being harassed or worse. We still own the lot where that happened, but we bought a place in town. The desert is beautiful, and I love hiking in it with other people. But at the same time, I've noticed something about the desert also really seems to attract crazy folks. It could have been a baby bear, but I'm convinced it wasn't. During a camping trip to northern Ontario in 2012, I believe I saw a baby Bigfoot. I was 16 at the time, tagging along with my friend and his family for a trip to Algonquin Park. It was my first real adventure into the Canadian wilderness, and I was excited to soak everything in. The towering trees, the different air, the feeling of being completely surrounded by nature. It was different for me. During one of our hikes, we were walking a winding trail through the dense forest when something unusual caught my eye. A flash of black against the vibrant red of a maple tree stood out among the greens and browns around us. I stopped, squinting, and I realized it was a small creature perched on one of the higher branches. It was facing the trunk of the tree, crouched low, as if trying to hide. At first, my logical brain thought that it might be a baby bear, but as I studied it, I began to notice things that didn't add up. For one, its limbs looked too long and lean for a baby bear cub. More like arms with small, dexterous hands gripping the bark. Its head seemed rounder, with no visible muzzle or snout like you'd expect on a bear, and when it turned its head slightly, I could see intelligent, curious eyes staring back at me. Eyes that seemed more human than animal. We locked eyes for what felt like several seconds, and that's when it did something strange. The creature pressed itself closer to the tree, hugging the trunk tightly, as if it thought that by hiding its face, I wouldn't be able to see it anymore. It was almost childlike, as if it didn't fully understand how hiding worked. I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for it. It looked scared, but not aggressive. "Hey, look," I called out to the group, pointing up at the tree. Everyone stopped, following my gaze. "What is that?" "Oh, it's just a baby bear," someone said dismissively. "We better keep moving before the mama bear shows up." But even as the others began walking again, I couldn't tear my eyes away from the creature. The more I looked, the less it resembled a bear. The way it clung to the tree, its slender fingers curling around the bark. It was deliberate, so human. And the way it pressed its face into the trunk, as if trying to disappear, was something I couldn't imagine a bear doing. I tried to explain what I was seeing, but no one seemed interested. "It's just a bear cub," they repeated, waving me off. But deep down, I knew they were wrong. I knew what I saw wasn't a bear. It couldn't have been. Bears don't have hands like that. Bears don't behave like that. I thought about that moment often over the years, replaying it in my mind. What was it? A young Bigfoot? Some other creature we don't understand? I'll never know for sure, but I wish I could go back and take a closer look. Maybe snap a picture or find some proof. People still doubt me when I tell the story, but I stand by what I saw. It wasn't a baby bear. It was something else. Something extraordinary. I have several stories that I would consider paranormal from when I worked as a mortuary transport tech. The job was basically transporting the deceased from where they were to where they needed to go. Turns out dead people can have a lot of appointments. One time, though, I had an experience I've never forgotten. I was dropping someone off at the science donation place. This is where you donate your body to science and they take it from there. So I wheeled the deceased, unlocked the freezer, did all of my stuff that I had to do in there. I placed him on the board, got the lift out, and placed him on the shelf. The interesting thing about the freezer was that most everything, once it's processed, was wrapped in this blue tape type thing, and you could definitely tell what was inside. Legs, hands, feet, etc. Kind of interesting to me at the time. Anyway, I shut the freezer and I locked it back up. While wheeling the gurney back over to the garage door, the science drop-off and processing area was a big L shape, with the freezer off to the large, long portion. And then you turn the corner, there's desks, filing cabinets, whatnot. I about had a heart attack as I turned the corner, and there was just this guy standing there, examining files in the file cabinet. Looked just like you or me, dressed modernly, but out of place for what people normally wear back there. I stopped and said that he'd have to forgive me, but he almost gave me a heart attack. It didn't look like he heard me at all, or even knew I was there. I should mention that this was also at about 1 a.m. I'd never seen anyone at that place this late. So I said, "Well, sorry if I startled you or anything," and went on about finishing up my stuff. I got the gurney back to the van, closed and locked the large garage door from inside, all while this guy was just standing there, staring at an open file in front of him, not paying any attention to me. I had to use the bathroom, so I told him that that's where I'd be going and that I'd be right back. Again, no response. I thought maybe he's deaf and couldn't hear me. So I went to the bathroom, came back to the garage, and the guy was gone. But the file cabinet was still open. I didn't know where he went. I hadn't heard anyone walk down the hallway past the bathroom. I checked and made sure everything I was responsible for was still locked, and it was. So I just announced I was going to be leaving and locking up to set the alarm. No response. And that's what I did, and I just left. I'm not sure who he was or is or what happened, but it was definitely an odd experience, and one I still remember perfectly. I have a few other memories about the time at that job. That one sticks with me the most, though. And I have that nagging feeling of, why didn't I go look at the file? I don't know. I've worked in prisons most of my life, and I've shared quite a few stories on here. But this story is from the locksmith I used to work with. What most people don't know about prisons is that they normally have a lot of support personnel and additional features that most never see. This story involves both. Normally, the first thing that gets built in every prison, along with the foundation, is the tunnel system. This has been the case even back into the 1800s, given the fact that my old prison had its running under the whole place. What the original purpose was back then, I don't know, but now they're used as emergency escape during a critical incident and for critical systems access. The maintenance staff at prisons are very diverse in specialties, from heating and cooling technicians to electricians to locksmiths. As the place relies on locks to keep prisoners in the facility, you can imagine the facility locksmith is normally busy. The story. Bob had just finished fixing the holding module's lock for the third time this month. The repeated use of the lock caused it to fill with metal shavings that would eventually jam the mechanism, and he would need to swap it out with a spare and repair it once it was removed. The toolkit gripped in one hand and the lock in the other, Bob proceeded down the secured stairwell that led to his lock shop, next to the facility arsenal. Reaching the bottom of the stairwell, he set the lock on his toolbox while he struggled with his keys to find the proper one to open the door, the one that allowed him into the hallway. Struggling with the door, which was assisted closed with considerable weight, he finally managed to open the door and walked through. The hallway was dimly lit, more out of expense than function, and it linked the arsenal, lock shop, and emergency tunnels with the emergency exits. The exits were linked to the arsenal and lock shop directly to allow immediate exit to the tunnels, and had a simple metal gate with an oval diamond pattern that allowed you to see through it. 15 feet past the door of the tunnel, the lighting became so bad you could barely see anything. Bob waited for the door to shut all the way, looking at it as it did until he heard the audible click. Then he checked to make sure that it was secure by testing the handle and pushing against the door. Finding it secure, he turned and began to cross the hallway to his lock shop door. When the damaged lock tumbled off the toolbox and clattered onto the concrete floor with a loud, ringing clang, it reverberated through the hallway, down the open tunnel. Shaking his head at how forgetful he was being, Bob bent at his waist to pick up the lock. Grabbing the lock with his free hand and rising, he found himself standing only 5 feet from the gate that stood at the front of the tunnel. As he looked up from the lock he had just recovered, he saw what looked initially like a swinging maintenance light. The tools were used frequently down in the tunnels, the catwalks around the whole prison. It was cheaper to give everyone in maintenance a portable light that attached to the electrical outlets. Cheaper than putting a proper lighting system in every nook and cranny. Looking closer and approaching the gate, he realized that it was not a maintenance light. The light was orange like a flame, not yellow like their maintenance lights. As Bob looked closer, shielding his eyes from the nearby ceiling light, he allowed his eyes to adjust to the dark, as he thought he'd heard the creaking sound of a metal hinge echoing in the distance. Thinking that possibly something may have broken loose down in the tunnel, he set down his toolkit and the lock as he began to grab for his keys, still looking down the tunnel. As he found the key to the gate, Bob realized that he could see a figure down by the light. Breathing a sigh of relief, he began to take a deep breath to yell to the other maintenance man down the tunnel, but he stopped short as he got a clear look at him. The light wasn't an open flame or a maintenance light. It was an old 1800s-style lantern, and it seemed to move in time with the metallic hinge creaking sound. The man holding the lantern appeared to be very white, wearing striped clothing. Backing away from the gate in shock, Bob watched the figure fade away, like a fog lifting off of the ground when the sun rises. Just a note that prisoners in Michigan Department of Corrections wear blue and orange uniforms that are styled with primary blue, trimmed and numbered in orange. The prisoners have not worn striped uniforms since the early 1900s. In 1973, my dad was charged in a RICO case 2 months before my expected due date. He was sentenced to 10 to 15 years, but got out after 13. It was difficult, to say the least, trying to understand someone as your father when you've only met them on the other side of bulletproof glass. For 13 years, my mom and grandma would drive me up to the prison twice a year, usually around mine and my dad's birthdays, January, August. We'd all sit in a small booth gathered around a large vintage phone receiver. A buzzer would go off and the metal door on the other side of the glass would open. First, my dad would walk in, wearing a green and white jumpsuit, his hands handcuffed in front of him, his feet shackled as well. The silver chains were just long enough for him to walk in uncomfortably short strides. Another chain connected his handcuffs to his feet. There were other families around us doing the same thing in their own booths. All of them had graffiti, names, and symbols scratched into the paint on the tables and walls. The room we were in had a loud atmosphere filled with a collective noise of cries, laughs, and other personal conversations that were all happening simultaneously in that small area. The only way to hear the person talking on the other side was to have your ear pressed up against the receiver. We took turns and passed the phone around to talk to my dad. When it was finally my turn on this particular visit, I was so excited to talk to him, tell him how school was going. I just made the soccer team, and even though I barely knew the man really, it was important to me that I made him proud. I thought maybe he wouldn't go back to jail if he got out and I was a superstar. I think I was 10 around this visit and had no idea what a RICO case was or my dad's involvement. I just knew that he'd made choices that took him from me, and I didn't want it to happen again. I was jealous of the other kids who had dads going to their field trips, picking them up from school. I didn't realize how hurtful it must have been telling him these things. I'm sure he wanted to get out just as bad as I wanted him to. Incarceration of a loved one emotionally and financially poisons a family. The loss of income and stability creates a binding struggle for everyone involved. Granted, it could have been worse. My mom made me go to support groups for incarcerated family members, and I'd hear some of the stories that were all distinctly similar but unique in their own way. The similarities mostly revolved around hurt and grief. Everyone could relate to those feelings and see themselves reflected in the ripple of painful stories. My dad's half Japanese and looks more Asian than American. Before prison, his physical features had never been a focus point for him. He grew up in a small town that didn't segregate culturally. They were all poor, so they all worked together. In prison, it's the opposite. Each race becomes their own gang. Black, white, Mexican. They all had their specific areas and rules of engagement. Then there was the group that my dad linked up with, comprised of a few Asians and Native Americans. They were the nomads of the prison population. They didn't hold businesses like the other groups. None of them moved drugs or other contraband, and therefore, if the group kept their heads down and stayed out of gang politics, for the most part, they could skate through their sentence virtually unnoticed and unscathed. My dad spent most of his days playing chess and reading books. Of his 13 years served, he was only involved in one confrontation, and I'd hear the details years after he got out. But I got to see the aftermath during this phone visit. That day when he was let in, he had a black eye that looked like it had been healing, along with some stitches that split through his eyebrow. When I asked him, he told me that he'd tripped and hit his head on the table. I believed him and quickly moved on to my soccer stories. I'm going on and on about random stuff, as he sat on the other side of the glass with the phone to his ear, after everything I said. But as I'm talking to him, a weird white noise static sound is heard. Both of us hear it. It's a man's voice saying, "Found you." I knew my dad hadn't said it because I was staring right at him when I was talking, and his lips didn't move. The voice was also a lot deeper than his. My dad's eyes opened wide. I could see the full circles of his brown irises. I laughed, thinking the face that he was making was intentional, to be funny. I thought the static burst that we'd heard was a silly random interruption, but his expression wasn't satirical. We'd been on the phone for less than a minute when it happened, and then in a very serious tone, he tells me to hand the phone to my mom. When she puts the phone to her ear, my dad tells her something that changes her smile to a stoic stare. Then, after an exchange of I love yous, they both hang up the phone. My dad puts his hands on the glass. We all try to fit our hands in the shape of his before a guard grabs him by the shoulders and leads him away. When he left, my mom quickly gathered our things and told my grandma that we needed to exit immediately. Another lie was thrown my way to mask her manic energy as we walked through the waiting room, to the main area, and out the door to the parking lot. The whole time my mom was looking over her shoulder, pushing me in front of her to walk faster. We were practically at a jog by the time we reached the car. The next year, we skipped our visit and wrote him letters instead, and we continued this new tradition until his release. To my dad's credit, when he got out and all the way up to his death last year, nobody could say that he didn't do his best to make up for the first 13 years of my life. He got to watch me graduate and see his grandson born into this world. With the family's support, he was able to become a contributing member of society. He didn't like talking about his time behind bars, and it would be years later, I'm talking past college age, before I heard the story, the reason why we couldn't come back to see him. A few weeks before our scheduled visit was to take place, there had been a new guy transferred over to the unit. This guy, Bigfoot, was easily over 7 feet tall, 300 pounds. He was a bully and a complete psycho who knew how to throw his weight around. He'd tell people that when he got out, he was going to slaughter their families before their release date. He went to the point of researching the inmates that he had issues with so that he could repeat their addresses to them. The man was a menace, and eventually, his attention landed on one of the native guys in the pod. He started using the same tactics and personalized the attacks towards him in an extortion effort. The threats didn't stay focused solely on him, as the guy would verbally assault anyone around the native guy, which included my father. Nobody snitched, and plenty of people had tried to fight him, all of them ending with a vicious hospitalization. Bigfoot had a lawyer that was able to coax a judge into letting him serve the remainder of his sentence closer to home. The next part of this contains graphic content, so skip ahead if you're triggered easily. It was never clarified as to what my dad's actual involvement in this was, or if he even physically took part or just watched out for the guards making their rounds. This is why I've intentionally left out names of any sort. As Bigfoot's aggression builds up, the native guy hatched a plan that involved multiple groups within the prison. All of them hated Bigfoot, even the whites who are affiliated with him. But because of their politics and his pull on the outside, they couldn't do anything within their party. But they agreed not to retaliate and even gave their blessing in the plan. The day arrives and he approached Bigfoot, telling him that he wants to end this, offers a carton of smokes that he had as a payment. He was demanding a pack a week. This carton was going to give him 3 months of peace up front. Bigfoot agrees and follows him into the back of the kitchen area where he says the cartons are stashed. He knocks on the door that leads to the food prep station, and a trustee lets him in. As they're heading toward the walk-in freezer, Bigfoot starts to get suspicious. He stops walking. His intuition was correct, but his fate had already been set in stone the moment he stepped foot into the kitchen. He turned around to see a group of men, silhouetted from the only light that was on, located above the sink near the door. All of them were brandishing their own form of weaponry. As talked about previously amongst them, they all lunged towards him at the same time, attacking and stabbing at the same time. Even their general stabbing directions were discussed, like you aim high, I aim low. But with the amount of sharp metal that was being swung around in the dark, they all wound up with cuts and punches from the coordinated strike. None of them were life-threatening. It was nothing compared to what they did to Bigfoot. Whoever he had transferred to be closer to would have to plan a closed casket funeral the next week because he was left unrecognizable. He put up a fight, and I imagine it being like when the cave people would have to battle giant bear sloths, and before they were able to bring him down, he'd break one of their jaws or knock another one's tooth out. Injuries they'd have to claim happened on the basketball court earlier that day. 6 inmates participated and 2 were convicted for the body destruction and disposal. It would be a full 3 days until some of the body was discovered. They had already been on lockdown since that evening's prisoner count was off, and officers presumed he'd escaped. They'd gathered enough evidence to grab 2 of the men without a shadow of a doubt of their involvement. The following days, while they were all on lockdown, my dad said that he saw Bigfoot looking out the small plate window of his vacant cell. Sometimes he'd be staring right at my dad when he'd see him. Other times he'd be gazing upward with his back to the glass. He'd only be visible for a few seconds before disappearing into the blackened cell, leaving him to question if he was even there to begin with, or was this his eyes trying to make sense of nothingness, creating images that weren't there. He began having nightmares reliving that scene, with different outcomes happening each time. All of these things combined were textbook signs of the brain processing trauma. When the lockdown was lifted, the first thing my dad did was go over to check if the cell he'd been fixated on was actually empty. And it was. He didn't see Bigfoot again after that. He tried to block it all out. The next week we were scheduled to visit, and he was able to hide his anxious misery behind a smile, pretended to be interested in my stories. When our conversation was interrupted by the phone noises, what I heard was a jumble of sound and a voice, but what my dad heard was Bigfoot's voice saying, "Found you." It frightened him in a way nothing else ever had before. It was like venom had constricted his breathing to a shallow push of air on the other side of the line. That's when he told me to give the phone to my mom, and when he got on with her, he told her to get me as far away from that place as possible and don't come back. At the time, I remember it was pretty jarring. I didn't really understand, but I also didn't press the issue too hard because I generally believed these people had my best interest at heart. And even years later, I think, having heard the voice myself, witnessing my dad's reaction, and then knowing the background of the situation, I don't blame my dad for making us leave. And I think my mom did right keeping us away. When I was 9 years old in 1970, I attended George Washington Elementary in Corona, California, for 1 semester. It was an ordinary school, or at least that's what I thought at first. One day, I came down with a fever and ended up in the nurse's office, along with 2 other girls who were also sick. The nurse, busy taking our temperatures, told us we'd have to go home and stay out of school for a couple of weeks. She didn't say much more, just that our parents would explain everything when they picked us up. As we sat there in that small, sterile room, a strange, heavy silence seemed to settle over all of us. The nurse turned to the counter where a tall glass jar filled with thermometers rested next to the sink. She was in the middle of talking when it happened. The jar began to move. Slowly at first, then faster. It slid across the counter, as though being pulled by an unseen hand. And then, with a sharp crash, it tipped over the edge and shattered in the sink. The 3 of us froze, too stunned to speak. The nurse's face went pale, her cheerful professionalism replaced by a visible unease. "Okay," she said quickly, her voice tight. "Let's move to the front office. Your parents will be here soon." As we filed out, I heard her whisper to the office secretary. It happened again, this time in the nurse's room. What did she mean by again? I actually let it go relatively easy for a child. I just sat quietly in the office, staring at the clock on the wall, listening to the sounds around me, just waiting to get picked up. Later that day, I told my grandma what had happened. I thought she'd be a little surprised, but she just laughed and said, "That's nothing. I mean, it's no different than the old house we just moved out of." I realized then that I'd grown up thinking that ghosts and strange occurrences were kind of normal. Our old house had its own stories. Things moved, footsteps in empty rooms, but none of it had really frightened me. It was just a part of life. I was surprised, however, to see it at school. I didn't stay at George Washington Elementary for long, and nothing else happened while I was there, at least that I saw. More so than the jar itself, I'll always remember the nurse's voice and the look she had on her face. Her words make me wonder, what else did happen at that school? What exactly was she so afraid of? This is the most unsettling experience I've had. It doesn't fall into the ghost category, but it's something strange that just makes my brain itch. I'd just gotten home from work. The house was blessedly quiet. My kids were at school and my husband was working late, so I figured I had a couple of hours to myself before the chaos kicked back in. I had just settled onto the couch with a cup of tea, trying to enjoy the rare moment of peace. The TV was on, but I wasn't really watching it, just letting the background noise fill the house. And that's when I heard it. "Mom!" It was faint but clear, the sound of my son's voice coming from upstairs, calling me like he always did when he couldn't find something. My stomach dropped a little, but I shook it off. Maybe he'd gotten home early from school, or maybe I just hadn't noticed the time. "Mom!" The voice came again, a little louder this time. I sighed, set my mug down, and stood up. "I'm coming," I called out, heading up the stairs. "What is it?" But there was no answer. When I reached the top of the stairs, the hallway was empty. All the bedroom doors were closed and no sign of either of the kids. I looked at my watch, and I realized the kids weren't even supposed to be home yet. It wasn't even close to the time that they'd be back from school. I felt my heart pick up pace a bit, but I told myself that I must have just been hearing things. Maybe it was the TV downstairs that I wasn't really paying attention to, or maybe I just imagined it. Too used to hearing them yelling for me every day. Maybe that's what it was. And then I heard it again. "Mom, I'm upstairs." But I was already upstairs, and the voice, it wasn't muffled or distant like it would have been if they were outside. It was right there, just down the hall. My son's voice, clear as day, like he was standing in his room waiting for me. I slowly walked towards his door, every instinct telling me not to, but I had to check, had to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. I opened the door to his room, and it was completely still. His bed was made, the room exactly as we'd left it that morning when I sent him off to school. No sign of him, no sign of anyone. I just started backing out of the room. Even with the TV humming downstairs, the house was so quiet now, suffocatingly quiet. The only sound I could really hear was my own breathing. I turned and walked quickly back downstairs, my hands sort of trembling as I grabbed my phone to check the time again. It was only 2:30. The kids wouldn't be home for another hour. I waited in the kitchen after that, not daring to move or make any sounds. I was just listening to the house, waiting for something, anything, to explain what I'd just heard. But the house stayed silent. When the kids finally came home that afternoon, laughing and talking like they always did, I stood there staring at them, my heart still hammering in my chest. I never told them what happened. I never told anyone. But every now and then, when the house gets quiet, I expect to hear that voice. Luckily, it hasn't happened since. Some of my earliest memories are of visiting my grandparents' house. It was a cozy little place, faded floral wallpaper, the scent of old books and coffee. My grandmother was always in the kitchen, humming as she would be baking something sweet. And my grandfather wasn't much of a talker. He was a quiet man, always sitting in his favorite chair by the window. I remember the way that he'd sit there, watching the world outside, barely acknowledging anyone with more than a nod. He never played with me or spoke, but I never thought much of it. I was just a toddler, happy to be in the presence of family. When my grandmother passed away, I was about 3 or 4. After that, we stopped visiting the house and life moved on. I don't remember seeing my grandfather again after my grandmother was gone. Years later, when I was around 13, I was at home when something small but familiar caught my eye. My parents had moved my grandfather's old chair into our living room, the same one that he'd always had. I guess it was in storage. I smiled at the memory, running my fingers over the worn fabric. Casually, I said, "I remember Grandpa sitting in this chair all the time when we visited. He never talked, though. Why was he so quiet?" I expected a chuckle or a fond story, but instead, my parents went silent. They exchanged a glance, one of those looks that said 1,000 words without saying a thing. Finally, my mom cleared her throat. "Honey," she said slowly, "your grandfather died before you were born." I laughed at first, thinking she was joking, but their serious faces told me otherwise. I had memories of a man I'd never met, and he'd been sitting in that chair the whole time. A few years ago, I lived in this massive old mansion that had been converted into apartments, over 100 years old. Creaky floors, drafty windows, the kind of place that definitely had character. My roommate and I shared the top floor, which had attic access with a private back entrance, a set of rickety stairs leading up to our kitchen door. The place had its quirks for sure, but we liked it. One night, I was curled up on the couch with my boyfriend watching a movie. It was late, but not too late. The house was otherwise quiet. Just the occasional groan of old wood settling. My phone buzzed. It was my roommate. "Hey, bringing a date home. Cool if we use the big TV?" I told him sure, no problem, and my boyfriend and I moved into the bedroom to finish our movie. No big deal. A little while later, we heard heavy footsteps coming up the back stairs. Slow, deliberate, each one landing hard on the wooden steps. Then the kitchen door creaked open. The door that always squeaked, no matter how careful you were. It shut with a familiar thud. Footsteps moved across the kitchen, past my bedroom door, and down the hallway toward the living room. I didn't think much of it at first. My roommate had said he was coming home, right? We kept watching our movie, letting the sound fade into the background. Eventually, my boyfriend left, and I settled in for the night. And that's when something started nagging at me. A slow, creeping realization. The apartment was too quiet. No muffled conversation, no sounds from the living room, no movement at all. Something told me to call my roommate. Hey, were you guys being super quiet or... What? We just got to Blockbuster. We're picking out a movie and then heading home. His response literally sent a chill down my spine. I didn't have anything to say at first, just sat there, staring at my bedroom door, feeling my stomach drop. Someone had walked through my apartment. Someone had come up those stairs, opened the door, and walked right past. Without thinking, I called my boyfriend. I'm staying at your place. I didn't even pack a bag. I just grabbed my keys and left. To this day, I have no idea who or what was in that apartment with us. There's a short answer for everything, and to answer this as straightforward as I can, yes, I personally believe that areas of the Nez Perce Reservation are alive with paranormal activity. Just before the pandemic, I matched with a guy named Travis who lived on the reservation. We'd been talking for months, but had only met in person once for a first date. On our second date, Travis picked me up and we went out to dinner, with the plan afterwards being to get sweet snacks and watch a movie at his house. While we were having dinner, Travis asked me if I'm religious. I'm not. I think momentarily that the conversation's going to get preachy, but he followed it up with a secondary question, asking if I believed in ghosts. That I couldn't dismiss so easily. I asked why. He tells me that I seem like a really nice girl and he doesn't want to scare me off. Travis thought it was best to lay it out there because he was going to make a few odd requests of me when we got back to his place. I hold my breath, getting ready for him to quote a 50 Shades of Grey passage, but I'm able to oddly exhale when he says, "My house has been blessed, so it's free from evil entering its walls, but outside, the land is unsafe after dark, I would say, especially for non-native people." I thought he was joking, but he didn't laugh when I uncomfortably giggled across the table. His eyebrows stayed raised as if it was most urgent that I take this information as truth. When we get to the mini-mart, he says, "I just want you to stay in the car. I'll run in and grab all the stuff." I agreed. I was wearing heels and didn't want to do too much getting in and out of the car, so I was happy to oblige to his request. Honestly, all of his upfront, matter-of-fact talking about evil spirits attacking non-native visitors definitely did make him sound crazy. But everything he did besides that little dinner speech, it had been like a modern-day Prince Charming. Travis didn't have a murder me vibe, more schizophrenic if I had to pinpoint it right there. But not because his stories and theories were so outlandish, just not fathomable for me to invest in. Like when your friend's husband got really into flat earth and he tried to explain it to you at a barbecue. I understand that you understand what you're talking about, but that's as far as my comprehension will bend. Travis was an actual gentleman, though, and I was willing to roll with it, if only to see if he was actually mental. He opens the door for me when we get to his car. The drive was equally as fun as dinner. Travis was easy to talk to, funny. I'd never been to Nez Perce Reservation before. The pavement under our tires changed when we crossed tribal lines. His warning resonated in my head a bit, though I tried not to show how nervous I was. When we got to the mini-mart, we were the only car in the parking lot. Travis locks the doors and runs inside. I'm listening to the radio, texting a friend my location, on the off chance that he does snap. I was distracting my thoughts, forcing myself not to get spooked by the darkness all around. The outside of the mini-mart had one light that worked, and the rest of the road, it was black, aside from a lamppost 100 yards south of where the cars parked. Sitting there is where the first odd occurrence happened. I'm looking down, scrolling through my phone, and I hear 3 rap-tap-taps on the driver's side window. Startled, but thinking it's only Travis needing me to pop the door because his hands are full, I lean over to grab the handle, but just as I'm about to pull, I glance up to see that no one's there. 30 seconds later, Travis walks out with his hands full. He doesn't see that I saw him exit, so he presses his body against the car, balancing the snacks to tap the window. I hear the same rap-tap-tap on the window, but I can see that his hands are full. I lean over to pop open the door out of my pure nerves. I decided that the next moment he sits down that I overreacted. It's amazing how your mind can work against you sometimes. Maybe it's protecting you. I don't know. But I chose to keep quiet about the tapping. We got to his place, which wasn't too far from the mini-mart at all. My nerves had settled a bit from the good laughs in the car on the way, but now that we were parked outside of his place, I felt this urge to run inside as quickly as possible. Then, as if he read my mind, he tells me, "We'll be inside in no time, okay? The light's gonna come on too. I got you." Sure enough, a blinding light shines on as he opens my car door. We run inside the house. Inside did feel much better. For a while, I still just ignored that feeling from earlier, the one that I'd had since we arrived on the reservation, dismissing it as nerves. It was only our second date, but it wasn't all nerves, y'all. It wasn't. After getting the official tour, we decided on setting up a pillow fort for the movie. I was in charge of setting up the snacks and making sure the fort was comfortable enough. Everything was going strong until I realized that this man had nothing to drink. I don't mean like I needed alcohol or something, but all he had was a warm tap. When the man came out of the mini-mart without drinks, I didn't even think twice. Surely he's got something at his house. He was embarrassed and we laughed it off. Oversight on his part, but he was going to make it right. He tells me to stay put, hang out with the cats, and he'll be right back with 2 Dr. Peppers. Honestly, originally I was more upset at the thought of having to leave this lovely sanctuary of pillows, sweets, and cats for whatever was out there, so this new plan was actually okay with me. And then he left, and suddenly I realized I was alone, in a place I didn't know, and all I could think about was that feeling. I guess it's the feeling of being watched, though I'd liken it more to being preyed upon. Eventually, the motion-detected lights shut off. The darker room feeds my paranoia more, so I start flipping on all the lights that he showed me earlier. Surely he'd understand. Finally, I sat down with the cats, and then I heard it. A round of rap-tap-taps on the living room window. It was too soon for Travis to be back. No way. Obviously, I was making myself crazy, so I decided to browse Netflix. We already knew what we were going to watch, but I just wanted noise. I was letting random previews play as I caught in my peripheral a shadow running across the backyard. I turn instantly, but it's just passing out of sight. It was about the height of a tall woman or average height man. Then, rap-tap-taps in the opposite direction, much louder. I couldn't even bring myself to look out that window. But someone had to be out there. If I had have kept the lights off, maybe I wouldn't be this sitting duck, but what can you do? No motion sensor light, so it wasn't Travis. But how is it that whoever was out there didn't trigger it? I was never so desperate for someone to return to their own house. Please, just get here. I kept thinking. Please. Sitting there with his cats, I realize the door isn't locked. I can't in good conscience leave this door unlocked and not lose my mind. In a split second, I decide to jump up and run to the door. I locked it, and as I ran back, I saw something in the backyard again, standing still just for a moment. But as it disappeared, it was as though it was smoke, just dissipating into nothing. Then, the loudest rap-tap-taps yet, radiating off of multiple windows in the house. I watched both cats run in multiple directions, and without any control, I let out a scream that technically I'm proud of, but I didn't know I had it in me. And then I just sorta went to the floor, started scooting backwards until I met a wall and finally a corner. Eventually, the cat stopped running around, so I assumed safety. After a few seconds, I decided to emerge from the corner that I was inhabiting because suddenly it felt silly to be there. I stood up, and I remember thinking that I couldn't believe what had just happened. I thought about everything Travis had said and decided that I needed to believe that I was going to be perfectly fine inside that house. So, I turned off all the lights again because I didn't want whatever was outside to have any sort of advantage looking in there. And then I sat where I originally sat, just waiting for Travis. There's a row of small windows along a section of the living room wall. They were high enough off the ground that they couldn't be reached by someone standing outside without a ladder. It was clear they served as a sort of skylight of sorts, just high enough to let in the light. I was staring out these small windows. It was so dark outside that the night sky was clear and full of stars, until suddenly the view was interrupted by something. The window, it was engulfed in black. I could hear that familiar but much quieter rap-tap-tap on the window. I froze the moment I saw eyes. I shot up at the sound. Once I was standing, I wasn't sure if I was ever going to be able to move again. Whatever was there was gone almost the moment I saw it. It just didn't make any sense. And then I saw headlights, thanking my lucky fucking stars that man returned when he did. The motion-censored lights turned on, and I knew that he'd be inside any moment. I went to unlock the door just as he tried the handle, and I guess I didn't hide my current state too well because he instantly asked, "Oh shit, what happened?" He was asking if I was all right, and I was. I mean, physically, right, but what the fuck? I started from the top. He was attentive the whole time I spoke. It didn't make me feel crazy. And then it kind of clicked that, oh yeah, I bet he felt a little cracked asking me the ghost stuff, telling me all that spooky stuff. Well, I wasn't much of a believer in anything before I met Travis, not really. But I couldn't deny the entire experience. There was too much there to be a coincidence. I was less scared talking about it while having someone there with me. Whatever target was on my back seemed to subside when he came home. We for sure never watched a movie that night. I basically made Travis tell me a bunch of his stories, his own experience, but also the experiences of anyone else. He told me that the shadow and the eyes that I saw, they likely weren't anything evil. He said it was good. Particular and misunderstood, but evil, he didn't think so. He told me the story of why his house was blessed to begin with, but I'll have to save that for another time, mainly because it doesn't involve me, so I'd rather ask him before I share it here. We're still dating over 3 years later and literally live together, so stay tuned. So, if you read my previous story about the Nez Perce Reservation, this is the story of Travis's home. The land Travis now owned had a strange, heavy feel to it, something that made the air thicker and the nights darker. His words. People in town always warned him about it, telling him that it was cursed ground, haunted by the spirit of a woman whose bitterness had seeped into the soil itself. Travis shrugged off the stories as folklore, but he admits that he couldn't shake the odd sensation that he felt whenever he was alone outside, especially near the spot where the old woman's house once stood. The story, as he'd heard it, was that years ago the Nez Perce tribe had leased out portions of the reservation land to local farmers. Most of the land transitioned quietly, but there was one holdout, a widow well into her 70s, who refused to leave her small house on the plot of land that she tended to her whole life. She clung to that ground with conviction, the kind that people found unsettling. They said that she would talk to the land itself, whispering to it at night, calling it her only family. Rumor had it that she was speaking to a dead husband, one whose spirit was still there, watching over her. Eventually, her refusal to leave became more problematic. The land had been promised to farmers, and with the town pushing for her relocation, the tribal leaders reluctantly arranged for her to be moved to a nursing facility where she would be cared for. As they escorted her from the property, she stood outside her home one last time. She cursed the land that she was leaving behind. She vowed that no one who touched the soil would find peace. She deemed this the area surrounding her home as well. It wasn't until she'd been settled in the nursing home that staff there learned some unsettling truth. The woman had never once spoken of any family members in her care interviews, but records later revealed that she'd had a husband, and she'd buried him herself in their backyard over 30 years prior. No one knew how or why the authorities had overlooked this detail, but it was undeniable. These remains were likely what kept pulling her to stay, to not want to leave. The strangest part was the timing. Shortly after her curse, things started happening on that land. Crops planted there would wither inexplicably. Machinery would malfunction. Even the soil itself seemed to shift, making it difficult for anything to grow. Farmers who worked the land reported strange, distorted shadows at dusk, drifting lower over the field. Some claimed that they heard a woman whispering. When Travis bought his house, people warned him not to build anything on the eastern side of the property, which is where her house had stood. He laughed it off, though. Superstitions didn't exactly scare him. He'd been raised to be practical, believe in what he could see and touch. But as he started to clear that part of the land for his garden, he uncovered a peculiar-looking stone in the dirt, etched with strange, weathered symbols. It looked old. It gave him pause, and it was something he couldn't shake. That night, Travis couldn't sleep. Shadows seemed to be looming closer in the corners of his room, or just outside, and a low hum filled the air, like a distant chant. As he drifted in and out of restless sleep, he dreamed of her, the woman from the stories, standing at the edge of his bed, staring down at him with hollow, accusing eyes. Her face was pale, expressionless, and then she was angry. Her lips moved, mouthing words that he couldn't hear. The following night, Travis heard something outside his window, a faint, faraway scratching sound. He looked out to see a dark figure, half transparent, moving slowly over the ground where he dug. The figure seemed to dissolve and reform, like smoke caught in a whirlwind. Its shape was vaguely resembling a man, and behind it, he saw her again, her face twisted with rage. Travis remembered the stories he considered old legends. In the afterlife, there's a tribunal, a gathering of spirits who review each other's souls' actions, a reckoning before any soul can move on. Some face their wrongdoings, seeking peace or redemption, but others, those who cannot bear the weight of their sins or simply refuse to leave the world behind, remain trapped, tethered to the physical world. They walk the land, unable to leave, haunting the places where their lives unraveled. Travis abandoned his gardening plans soon after. deciding instead to leave the area that sits east of the house alone. He felt that that's what the woman was telling him. That's what everyone else seemed to be telling him. Was it really so wise to press one's luck, he thought. The space remains maintained, but otherwise left alone. Travis feels that there are two spirits there, and I tend to agree. A husband and a wife, both attached to that land for better or for worse, likely both vowing at one point to never leave that place. Of course, he doesn't and didn't really know, and that's why he chose to have his house blessed, understanding that if there is something evil, something unwanted there, he should take precautions. You can never be too careful when dealing with the unknown. I guess for what it's worth, I was terrified the first time I experienced something there, but ultimately, I've always felt really safe inside this home. I don't know what all goes into a blessing, but it would appear that there's nothing trying to harm anyone inside this house. I mean, there is something there. It just seems to prefer the outdoors. For a very short time, I lived in a haunted house, which was my family's house. I was raised by my maternal grandparents, my mom still going away to college when she had me. My grandfather built the house for my grandmother back in the 60s. He acquired many of the materials from a hospital that had burnt down. Nothing ever happened in the house until my husband and I were ready to move out after I received an inheritance from my grandparents. The house was big, 36 by 40, and had a finished basement with a bachelor. My husband and I had the first level, while my great-aunt, grandfather's sister, lived in the bachelor in the basement. Our living room was just above her bed. Because it was an open space, the dining room area was above her living room. One night, my husband and I were watching television, and we were hearing humming. We obviously thought that it was my great-aunt because the voice sounded exactly like hers. Then, not long after, I heard my name. Often, when my great-aunt had something to tell me or wanted to ask something, she would come to the basement entrance, which was below the kitchen, and I could hear her very well. I answered, nothing. My husband asked me to call her again. Nothing. Then, when I was about to sit on the couch, I hear my name a second time. I went downstairs. I knocked on her door. Nothing. I was worried. I thought maybe she had fallen down or something. Nothing. Her door was locked. She only locked her door when she left. I climbed up the stairs and decided to see out the kitchen window, the one that overviewed the driveway. And like I suspected, no cars except my husband's. Just before I was about to let him know, he said, "Hey, isn't tonight her bingo night?" We heard more humming, but not my name. When my great-aunt was back, I asked her if she sang or called me, and of course she answered no. I was out playing bingo. I left around 4. This happened between 7 and 10 p.m. No one else in the house. Nothing was malicious, but because I had never lived in a haunted place, it was enough to have my curiosity piqued. And I won't lie, I would love to have another experience as such. But if I never do, I'll surely never forget this one. This happened in a nursing home. I'm not a nurse. My girlfriend was a night shift CNA at a nursing home. My car was having trouble and broke down as I was leaving the lot. I was tired and decided to mess with it in the morning, so I put it in neutral and pushed it into a parking spot. Put it back in park, locked it up, went into the nursing home to sleep in a guest room that they had. During the night, I had to use the bathroom. I walked out into the hall. Luckily, there was a bathroom across the hall. While walking over to it, I heard someone say, "Hey," at the end of the hall. I looked over and I saw a young brunette woman, looked maybe 20 or so years old, in a blue dress, white heels, standing at the end of the hall. She looked like she was from the 50s or 60s. The material of the dress and just the way she looked. Bright red lipstick, not too much makeup, dressed sort of conservatively. I, being half awake, stared for a second and said, "Hey." She said, "What's your name?" I said, "I'm Bud. What's your name?" She said, "My name's Elizabeth." I said, "I gotta go to the bathroom. Please excuse me." She said, "All right. Live well." I said, "You too," and went into the bathroom. When I came out, looked down the hall, she wasn't there. But there were some CNAs at the end of the hall talking. I waved at them, and one of them waved back as I went back to the guest room. Then it hit me. She was a ghost or something. I went out into the back of the nursing home to smoke a cigarette. I sat there wondering about what I had seen. Was it real or was I crazy? I wasn't sure. I finally went back to bed. At 7 a.m., my girlfriend woke me up, and while we were going out to the car, she told me that a resident named Elizabeth had passed away, and that she was a very nice lady. I stopped and stared at her. She said, "What?" I said, "Not to sound weird, but are there any pictures of her when she was younger?" My girlfriend asks, "What? Why?" I said, "Is there?" She looked at me weirdly and said, "Follow me." She led me to the room that this woman had passed away in. There were a few pictures on the table, and one of them gave me chills. I picked it up and looked at it. Sure enough, it was her in the same dress. I turned to my girlfriend and said, "I saw her last night. We greeted each other in the hallway." She said, "Okay, let's go fix your car." As we walked down the hall, I explained to her that I saw her like she was in that photo, not old but young. She said, "It doesn't surprise me, honestly. I've seen and heard a lot of weird stuff while working here. It's not exactly scary, but it creeped me out for a few days. Still creeps me out. I kept asking myself, why was she trying to talk to me? That question has yet to be answered." I think I technically have two ghost stories. When I was in the Navy, I worked in a top secret area. It had 24-hour security guards at the door, and nobody who didn't have top secret security clearance could enter. The only people who had access were people that I knew well, and none of them were into practical jokes. So there's no question of this being a trick. For several months on my morning watches, midnight to 8 a.m., I would be working alone in a room quite a distance from the rest of the watch. The room was at the end of a long corridor, and there was nowhere anyone could possibly hide between the main area and this room. When I had been working there for a few nights, somebody asked me if anything odd had happened while I was there. I asked him what he meant, and he wouldn't say. He said he didn't want to put ideas into my head, but if it happened, I would know. A few nights later, I was at work again, and I heard footsteps coming up the corridor. They weren't ghostly footsteps. It just sounded like regular Navy clodhoppers walking up the hall and into the room. I assumed it was somebody coming up to offer me coffee or a snack, and I kept working with my back to the door. When nobody spoke, I turned around and saw that nobody was there. I went back to work, and slowly, a feeling of tremendous menace came over me. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination and to keep working. But it became more and more intense. I couldn't stay in that room. I went up to the radio room and told the others what had happened, expecting to be laughed at. But nobody laughed. Other people had had the same experience. I went back with some trepidation, and nothing more happened that night. But as long as I worked there, it happened every few days, sometimes only once a night, sometimes 3 or 4 times. Nobody ever found out what it was, but nobody could stay in that room for more than a minute when it happened. My second experience happened when my father was dying. He was in a little cottage hospital in a country town. We were told the end was very near, and so my mother, my brother, and I stayed with him all the time. They told us there were only a few hours left. He held on for much longer than expected, and my mother, who was also terribly ill at the time, was exhausted. I persuaded her to come home with me, to rest for a few hours, and she reluctantly agreed. She went to bed and got some much-needed sleep, and I lay reading while I waited for her to wake up again. I put down my book to give my eyes a rest, and I saw my father standing at the foot of my bed, smiling at me. He was no longer wasted and yellow with jaundice from the cancer that was killing him. He looked like a young man again, not a teenager, but perhaps in his early 30s, and brimming with health. I stared at him in shock for a few moments, and then I closed my eyes, opened them again, and he was gone. Less than a minute later, the phone rang. It was my brother, calling to tell us that my father had just died. Were they really ghosts? I'll never know. I don't really believe in an afterlife, or at least I didn't. But after those experiences, I can never entirely write off the possibility. When I was in school, I was invited to a 3-day strawberry music festival by an acquaintance. She called me up and said she had an extra ticket and wanted me to go with her. I told her I wanted to go. Epic festival and music is my thing. Besides, I thought she was nice until I got to know her. Carlotta was a friend of the family, and for a while, a young, patchouli-sniffing tree hugger and free-spirited dream catcher. She seemed okay at first, but she was freaky. Her true colors bled through one day when her fickle whims and puzzling behavior came to a head. But that was a good thing. Had they not, I would have otherwise been stuck with her, hundreds of miles out of town, for several days. After all, she had 2 tickets to the festival and asked me to go along with her, and that would have meant being alone and stuck with her, together, for days on end. But at the time, I thought it would be cool, so I agreed to go. The week before we were set to leave on our road trip out of town, we had drinks together at a local pub. And then she invited me back to her place to help her pack her car with her tent and camping equipment to gear up for the trip. We arrived at her house after dark. I drove separately and parked on the street. Her driveway was incredibly dark, and so was the path up to her house. I felt my way around down a dark path, climbing up some back steps, stumbling all along in pitch black. There was no moonlight to guide our steps that night. I ended up stubbing my toe several times, to which she just laughed and thought was hilarious. By the time it dawned on me that I could use my phone, I realized I'd left it in the car. She didn't think to warn me of the obstacles in my path beforehand. I was perturbed by my stubbed toes, and her laughing. It wasn't funny. I stumbled up to her door, and when she unlocked it, I expected her to switch on a light, but she never did. I stood in the dark, waiting, anticipating. We stood there awkwardly, in the dark, without speaking. We were supposed to be packing, but instead, she was just breathing. I could hear her breathing. She grabbed my hand and tried to lead me deeper into her pitch-black home. "You got electricity?" I finally asked. She snorted and said she did. "Then could you possibly turn on a light?" "No, it's fine this way," she said. I could feel her standing right in front of me, breathing in my face, heavy, panting. Weirdness. She seemed to sense that I was uncomfortable, and so she added, "Darkness is our friend." Well, it may have been her friend, but it wasn't mine. I panicked at that moment. I didn't know if I was about to be jumped by a serial killer or if this girl was putting the moves on me. But this wasn't my idea of wooing me in a romantic manner. It was downright giving me the creeps. Who wouldn't it give the creeps to? This chick was clearly a freak, and not in a good way. Good freaks, they just feel good. This bitch felt sinister and off. Missing. Definitely missing something. I suddenly didn't like her. I trust my instincts. I don't know what room I was in, where her knife drawer was in proximity to her body. I didn't know if I was standing in a hoarder pile filled with roaches and fleas, or if her ex-dead lover may have been mummified on the couch. I had no clue as to why she wouldn't turn on the damn lights. She was keeping me in the dark on purpose, and I didn't like it. What were her intentions? So, I felt my way backwards, away from her. I backtracked as quickly as possible, bruising my tailbone on a piece of furniture or a coffin, and blindly felt my way until I finally grasped the doorknob and turned it and stumbled back down the stairway, back down the path, all while she yelled, "Wendy, come back!" No thanks, Jeffrey Dahmer. Stubbing my toes again on skulls and skeletons, likely her dead grandmother, until I finally got to some streetlights and ran. Sighs of relief. I escaped her. She called me the next day, said that she had a better date for the Strawberry Festival. Boy, was I relieved. I've never told anyone about this, but I used to be terrified of the house that we moved into when I was 13. I'm an only child. My parents' bedroom was on the first floor, while mine was on the opposite end of the second floor. I chose it for that very reason, and regretted it by the third night. I was just going to bed when I heard footsteps coming up the stairs and down the hall. I assumed it was one of my parents and wondered what they could want so late. But the footsteps stopped just before my door. I waited for at least a couple of minutes, but they never moved or called out. So I opened the door to see what the deal was, and nobody was there. The next morning, I asked my parents which of them was creeping outside my door, but they denied ever getting out of bed. I thought my dad was messing with me, though I didn't care enough to press the issue. Spoiler alert, he wasn't. I'm not sure if it was weeks or months later before the next incident, but enough time went by that I'd written the whole thing off. And then I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps pacing outside my door. I was terrified until, remembering it was probably just my dad, then I decided to beat him at his own game. Quietly, I crept towards the door. I pulled it open just as the steps passed by, but no one was there. It was just an empty hallway with nowhere to go. A cold breeze blew past me, and everything was dead silent. I was instantly terrified again. There was no explanation for what I heard, and I knew I hadn't dreamed it. The following morning, my parents denied any involvement. My mom joked that it was probably just a ghost. She and my dad both laughed it off, but that was the only explanation that made any sense. So I had to test the theory. That night, I took a bunch of candles into my room, and I held a makeshift seance. I only knew what I saw on TV, but I did my best to banish any lingering spirits regardless. I slept through the next several nights, but stayed up late that weekend, just to see if anything happened. The footsteps started just before 3 a.m., and it made my blood run cold. Again, they came up the stairs and began pacing outside my door. It continued for several minutes while I sat listening, frozen in terror. Finally, I worked up the courage to call out a tentative, "Hello?" Only once it was past my lips did I realize how awful it would be to hear a response. But thankfully, none were forthcoming. I tried to make myself get out of bed and open the door like the other nights, but I just couldn't. This time, my parents didn't find my story so endearing. They didn't want to hear about my mysterious footsteps anymore. And that was my last attempt for over a year. And again, at least a week passed before the next occurrence, maybe more. The footsteps were louder than usual and woke me just as before. I laid awake waiting for them to stop. But then there was a light tapping on my door, and a new level of fear coursed through me. It felt like it lasted an eternity, and even when it stopped, I couldn't fall back asleep. I'm pretty sure that's when my nightmares started as well. Sometimes I wasn't sure if something was a dream or reality, so I started leaving myself proof in various ways. Not too long after my 14th birthday, I woke to more tapping. But while I hid under my covers, the noises only got worse until the unthinkable happened. My doorknob began to turn. I could hear the metal and the slow creaking of the door opening. I couldn't not look at that point. I had to know what was coming through the door, for better or for worse. By then, I was sleeping with a flashlight under my pillow, an actual flashlight, no cell phones in those days, I'm afraid. And I sat up with it in one fast, embarrassingly spasmic motion. The door was halfway open, but no one was there. No one was ever there. I got up to close my door and put my vanity stool against it, so I would know that it hadn't been a dream. I dealt with similar incidents every few weeks for the entire time that I lived in that house. The worst incident happened when I was 16, and I woke to someone sitting on the foot of my bed. I lashed out with my feet and felt them connect with somebody's body. But once I sat up, the room was empty. After that, I started sneaking downstairs to sleep on the couch full time. If my parents woke up first, I'd pretend it was an accident. Or if I'd wake up first, I'd sneak back into my room. I tried bringing it up a couple more times over the years, but once they threatened to put me in therapy, I never mentioned it again. Life got much better after I went to college. My parents moved to a brand new house while I was away, and I never saw our old place again. But a few years ago, I worked up the nerve to ask my mom about the old house, and she very casually explained that a man had killed his wife in a jealous rage before ending his own life. All on the second floor, of course, and they just never felt comfortable going up there. I was speechless. I'm still kind of speechless. I mean, who does that? When I got upset, I was told that we simply couldn't afford to move at the time, and they felt like telling me the truth would only make my ghost dreams worse. Not gonna lie, I'm still a little bitter about it. A few years back, I was dating this girl. She told me her parents' house was haunted. Skeptical as I was, I thought she was playing with me. Then she told me that there was an evil persona that would take over her body sometimes, damage her physically. She'd wake up bleeding, totally oblivious of how she got those cuts or what just happened. I thought this was just her way of trying to get attention or needing help. I didn't really believe her story, although I tried to help and comfort her any way I could. All of that changed anyway, when I started sleeping over. It changed because strange things would almost always occur at night. These experiences all occurred when my ex and me, usually the dog too, were alone in the house. It started with her laptop randomly turning on in the middle of the night and actually logging into their account. Shortly after, I started to hear things as well. Footsteps coming from the ceiling or roof, right above the bed we slept in. Not a ticking sound like a mouse makes, but actual thuds, like a human was casually walking circles on the roof. A few days after, I heard a dog barking downstairs. The family dog was a boxer, but I heard a high-pitched arf instead of a low roof. I went downstairs, but I saw nothing special. The boxer was sleeping peacefully in his kennel in the kitchen. I returned to the bedroom and saw my ex in bed, sitting up straight and with both arms bleeding. I had seen the fresh wounds before, so that was nothing new for me. Really sad to see, but nothing new. What startled me to death is that she had her eyes closed, like she was still sleeping, but her mouth was wide open, as if she were screaming her lungs out. But she wasn't. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. A few nights later, we were in bed sleeping together again, and I woke up to my ex trying to climb over me, mumbling, "Break, glass." As the situation in the house was starting to freak me out, I felt the urge to protect myself. I grabbed my ex by the shoulders and yelled, "What are you trying to do?" My ex woke up, but a second later we heard a loud tack and the sound of glass breaking in the kitchen. I went downstairs to look and saw the locked cupboard wide open, and on the floor, shards of what used to be 2 long drink glasses. I cleaned up the mess, walked back upstairs, and found my ex sleeping as if nothing had happened. Once, something strange happened in the middle of the day. We were upstairs in my ex's bedroom, and her father was working in the garage. Nobody else was home. We went to be physical. We made sure the bedroom door was closed. Then, in the heat of the moment, the door flew open, hard, as if someone kicked it in, except there was nobody there. I do remember feeling a slight breeze, and the next moment, her bedroom window shattered into pieces. That kinda killed the mood, to be honest. Shortly after this, we broke up, and some strange things happened to me, but nothing like what happened to her or while we were together. But it did get me interested in the paranormal, spirituality, and finding out what else is with us. Well, I'm hoping you're in need of some New Year's Eve stories. I've got one that traumatized me when I was a child. New Year's Eve, Uncle Damon and Aunt Shelley host a New Year's Eve party. It's a lot like the ones that they had every weekend with the same friends and binge drinking, but this night they were celebrating bringing in the new year, so extra cleanup was necessary. My cousins and I were basically there to clean up the adults' mess the morning after. Basically an awful way to spend New Year's Day, but I digress. So, from the moment I opened my peepers, Aunt Shelley had me and my cousins cleaning the house, making everything perfect because in her eyes, this actually was the best way to celebrate a new year. I was tasked with throwing out the Christmas tree. To do this, I would need to get on the floor and unscrew the 3 prongs to detach it from the base. Then, I stood up and reached my arm in through the branches to get a grip on the trunk. The tree wasn't much bigger than me, but it was heavy as hell. It took all my strength to lift it out of the base. When it finally pulls out, I drop its bottom trunk on the ground and it bounces. Tons of pine needles land on the floor in a circle around the tree. I stood there looking at it like, well, here's another mess I have to clean up. But while I was taking my time and staring at it with frustration, I realized either my eyes were failing me or the pine needles were moving on the ground. It wasn't just the pine needles that I saw moving on the wooden floor. Thousands of tiny black and brown dots had joined the pine needles on the floor. Along with the pile of needles that had fallen, I noticed a baseball-sized clump of what I thought was tree moss, and it slowly started melting into thousands upon thousands of individual baby recluse spiders. It registered that these spiders all came from the same tree, the one that I was still holding against my body. I pushed it away from my body while still holding onto it, and while I strengthened my grip, I heard and felt an unnatural pop sound. I let go of the tree, and it fell to the floor. I opened my hand, and even more baby spiders. Only this time, they were crawling up my arm. Thankfully, I was wearing gloves, but either way, I'm sure I've never looked as insane as I did in that moment trying to brush off thousands of baby spiders from my person. When I finally settled down long enough to do something other than flail around, I grabbed the canister of room spray and started spraying everything. The commotion, my screaming, it garnished the attention of my other cousins who were now seeing the same scene as me, and they too started grabbing things to kill the spiders with. Aunt Shelley came running into the room, screaming at us, demanding to know what was going on. But soon, even she saw the mess. Hordes of baby spiders scattered all throughout the living room, our efforts only able to kill a mere fraction of the offenders. My eldest cousin comes back into the living room, this time with a torch lighter. He grabs a can of spray and just starts going for it. You can hear and smell the sizzle in the air. Aunt Shelley's screams have intensified, transforming into shrills as she screams, "Fire!" The Christmas tree was in flames, sitting in the middle of the carpet. All of the parents came rushing in, each looking equally as horrified and also confused as the last. Finally, Uncle Damon comes running into the living room with a fire extinguisher while my mom's on the phone with the fire department. When it was all over, everything looked absolutely insane, messier than it had been after the party itself, and you can bet we all got to clean it up. The good news is that it's been really hard to top that as far as horrible New Year experiences. So it makes the rest of them look really good or really tame. Happy New Year's, everyone, and think of me when you're throwing out your Christmas trees this year, will ya? Before my family moved out to Provincetown, we lived in Boston. My dad, Cam, had just returned from the war. We visited Provincetown on vacation many times previously, but after service, Dad had a new perspective, an appreciation for life. I know my mom and I were elated at the idea, and one weekend, me, my parents, and our basset hound named Bomber all hopped into our green Cadillac Coupe de Ville and drove out to Provincetown, looking for a property to purchase. Mom packed us a large picnic that we would enjoy when we got into town. There's a wildlife refuge in Painter's Pond off Highway 6. It has a beautiful park with a canopy of tree coverage to escape the sun that had been bearing down that summer day. It was a perfect place for a picnic. Dad brought his fishing pole and went down to the pond to cast a line, while my mom began to set up the picnic. I stayed back with my mom and sat in the grass under a tree, holding her Lucky Strike while she spread the blanket out and unpacked the basket on top of it. Bomber was lying next to me. I enjoyed the smell of my mom's cigarettes, and so I was holding it straight up and down, kinda close to my chest under my chin area. Every time a small gust of wind would blow by, I'd get a nice smell of that burning tobacco. As the blanket slowly filled with delicious food, the cigarette pinched between my pointer finger and thumb slowly became a tower of ash, and that smoldering tower would get blown over by an especially dramatic gust of wind falling into Bomber's back. He's asleep, but when the hot ash hits him, he leaps up with a yip-yip and bolts into the woods behind us. Mom says, "You better go catch him." So I stood up in a hurry, dropped the cigarette, and turned on my heels. I was a speedy girl back then, and Bomber's hound legs didn't get him going very fast, so I was catching up good. Then, when I was less than 10 feet from him, this white, translucent spinning ring opened in front of us. It opened about 6 feet tall. Some of the circle was in the ground, but not disturbing the ground, just passing through it. I stopped in my tracks. I'm screaming, "Bomber, Bomber, come back!" But he keeps running towards this thing. Through the hoop, on the other side, looked identical to the forest ahead of me, but the trees were darker. It looked like a different time of day than it did outside the ring. I watched Bomber pass right through while running. I'm about to start chasing after him again, but this loud, zoom, crackling noise shakes the trees around me, and the ring squeezes into the size of a pinhole, and then fully disappears into nothing again. Except Bomber's gone. I no longer see or hear his paws running through the leaves and sticks. The high-pitched clinking of his collar and tags that could usually be heard from all around were suddenly absent. I start calling his name again, but the forest is quiet. I still can't begin to explain what I saw that day, and when I ran back to tell my mom what happened, I knew she wasn't going to be able to understand what I witnessed. She thought that he was just lost, most likely within a 50-yard proximity. She told my dad, and they both took up the search for a good hour before deciding to pick it up again after lunch. Dad tried to reassure me that he would probably be back before the picnic was over. Hound dogs have a great nose. He'll smell the picnic and come hightailing it back before we're done. But Bomber never did. Eventually, we had to leave. At the welcome station, my dad put up a handwritten missing poster describing Bomber and how to get a hold of us. We all love that dog, and the rest of the trip was a lot more somber than you'd hope for while house hunting. My mom and dad did manage to find us a beautiful house on Commercial Street that I'd grow up in. Over the years, I fell in love with that town. Out of high school, my friend Wendy and I got internships at the Chamber of Commerce. Then we ended up getting hired as a program coordinator and event planner. That's how I got the job into retirement and where I met my late husband, Nord. Our front desk woman wasn't there that day, and Nord came in wearing his ranger suit with a stack of papers he needed me to file. After a couple flips of my long brunette hair, he asked me out. Years later, Nord and I were living together, and I was 6 months pregnant with our first daughter. We were living in a house that the wildlife refuge provided to the park rangers so that they could be on site at all times. It was about dinner time, and I was just taking dinner out of the oven when suddenly the landline rings. That line is reserved specifically for the parks department. Nord rolls his eyes before he leans back in his chair to pick up the phone. When he answers, the look on his face stays unimpressed, and after the conversation, Nord is visibly irritated that he has to hold off on dinner. Whatever the conversation consisted of resulted in him needing to take immediate action, but the situation probably wasn't a dire one. And I got all that just from a look. Nord pulls up his boots and says that he'll be back. He's got to go check on something at the camping area. He says he'll be quick, so don't put everything away yet. I say all right, and he leaves. It's only been a few minutes when I hear his truck pulling back into the driveway. Nord comes in through the front door, smiling, excited to eat. We sat at the table and started dishing our plates up, and I tell him that was quick. Nord says, yeah, but the job's not done yet. He's still got to drive the guy to the shelter, but he fell asleep in the back seat, so he thought he had a minute to stop in before the food got cold. I had so many questions. This guy? What do you mean by this guy? Is there a homeless man sleeping in your truck right now? Nord laughs and says no. Campers reported a stray dog running around their campsite, begging for food. After everyone realized that nobody owned the dog, they found a way to coax it to the welcome station. I said, "Aw, that's a shame. What kind of dog?" By this point in my life, decades had passed since the loss of my dog. Multiple animals had come and gone since, but the pain all came rushing back when he told me that it was a hound dog. And I had to make that evening's dinner conversation a sad one when I told him about my childhood loss. Now, after dinner, before Nord gets ready to leave again, I ask him if I could see the dog. He says sure, and we grab some scraps to feed him before heading to the truck. When Nord opens the back door, the dog's awake and patiently sitting in the back seat. His tail wags when he smells the food, and we lay it down on the seat next to him. The interior of the truck is mostly dark, and Nord steps back a few feet to turn on his flashlight. When he does, I get chills on my arms when I see that this dog looks identical to the one I had growing up. Identical to the point it made me choke up with tears. Same size, even the same spot placement. Nord whistles a quiet whistle, and the dog's saggy face turns up, and I hear the gentlest tink-tink. The collar he's wearing has a single tag on it that reads, Bomber. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was almost more spooked than overwhelmed with feelings. I start saying, Holy shit, Nord. This dog's name is Bomber. What are the odds of that? We both agreed that it was weird, but we also immediately agreed that we're obviously keeping the dog. And that's how I adopted Bomber number 2. Do I think he was my Bomber? In reality, my Bomber would have been much older, if not dead, by that time. I'd lost him when I was around 7, and Bomber number 2 showed up when I was in my late 20s, and he was a young dog. My kids were almost in high school by the time Bomber 2 passed. By that time, he was an old hound dog that could barely walk, but he was always the goodest boy. Was he a time-traveling goodest boy? I guess that's a secret he took to doggy heaven. There I was, sitting in a strange house I'd never seen before, sitting awfully close to a guy whose name I was sure I didn't know, trying to figure out how to read the word Player 2 at the top of the Battleship game on this stranger's phone. Now let's rewind an hour and also provide some backstory. I live in Southern California, but had traveled to Connecticut with my boyfriend for his close friend's wedding. The last night that we were in town, we decided to drive to Massachusetts, a state I had never been, to visit another good friend of his. Everything was going well that evening. Good food, good people, good conversation. Sometime late in the night, after most people had left and gone to bed, I'd quickly jumped back into a big comfy chair, completely forgetting that said chair was sitting right beneath a wooden staircase banister, at perfect back of the noggin level. While animatedly jumping into my seat, I also apparently very animatedly slammed the back of my skull into said wooden overhang. My boyfriend freaked out, jumped up, grabbed my head while his friend sat across from me, with the most stunned look on his face, yelling, "Are you okay?" Now, it's important to note that I have an incurable disease that causes chronic severe pain, so my pain tolerance is pretty high. I thought they were being dramatic, and I brushed them off. After all, I wasn't really in any pain, and the only thing startling was the sound of my hard skull making contact with the hard wood. I assure the guys I'm fine, and we continue on in our conversation about virtual reality and the potential future for virtual reality, and I forget all about my little bump. Now, at this point, I've been traveling for a week. I'm exhausted, and it's late at night, so things often get fuzzy for me when that happens. During the course of our conversation, I remember having some really good arguments in regards to the possibilities of future AI reality. In the beginning of the conversation, I was really getting my point across to the guys. But at some time during the course of an hour, I began having trouble expressing my thoughts, and our friend even pointed out that he thought that I was confused about what I was explaining at one point. Okay, no big deal. It's super late and I should probably be getting to bed anyway. Our friend sees himself to bed, so now it's just my boyfriend and myself hanging out. Let's go to bed. I'm really, really tired and out of it, I say to my boyfriend. How about we play a game of Battleship on my phone first, he says while looking at me slightly leery. I was really exhausted and knew that we had a plane to catch the next day, but Battleship was a special thing between us and I couldn't really say no to one game, could I? So we're playing Battleship and I'm winning. What? I never win this game. The screen switches seamlessly at the top from player 1 to player 2. I begin having trouble remembering which player I was. Oh right, I'm player 2, I thought to myself. Man, I'm really tired and out of it. As the game goes on, I realize I'm having trouble really reading the word player 2, but again, I brush it off. Then, I won the game. Oh my God, I won! I won! I never win! I scream in excitement at the guy sitting next to me. Wait, the guy sitting next to me. Who is this guy sitting next to me? He looks familiar, but I just can't remember his name or place where I know him from. Wait, this house doesn't seem familiar either. Okay, that's okay. We must be on a first date at his house. Just play it cool, and if you don't remember his name in a minute, just politely ask him to tell you again. It's just not coming to me. I turn, smile sweetly, and say, I'm very sorry, but I can't really remember your name. You know when people say the color drained from someone's face? Well, the color drained from his face, and a look of shock and confusion replaced it. This is a joke, right? You're kidding me right now, he desperately asked. You know my name. I'm your boyfriend, Glenn. So there I sit, fairly calmly and quietly, while trying to remember his name was Glenn, and he was my boyfriend, while assuring him I was fine and just out of it and joking. I was just out of it and joking, right? Right? Just then he gets a call and leaves the room for a minute. I hear him on the phone, and I'm sitting on the couch and just trying desperately to remember whose house I'm in. What was that guy's name again? I already forgot. Did he drug me? This must be a first date and he drugged me. Okay, play it cool and you'll find a way to get out of here and you'll be safe, I think to myself, starting to panic a bit. Just then, he walks back into the room. I look at him and realize he's a total stranger. He looks back at me with a worried look, still on the phone, and rushes over to the couch to sit next to me. I'm so sorry. I really can't remember your name, I say again. The fear returns to his face. Well, what's your name? He asked me. My name? What is my name? Aaron. You're Aaron. Aaron Ramona, he says, more than a little upset. Where are we right now? He continues. Okay, yes, I have definitely been drugged. Who is this guy I'm with? What house am I in? How did I get here? He's holding my hand when I look up and feel that ever-familiar burn of tears filling my eyes while I gulp in a panicked breath and finally admit out loud. Again, I'm so sorry, but I think something is really, really wrong. Okay, full-blown panic mode. I said it calmly, but my shaking hand in his has definitely betrayed my calm exterior. Babe, you hit your head, and I think we need to take you right to the hospital. Now, remember how before this, when I hit my head, we were in the midst of a very deep conversation on virtual reality? Oh my God, I knew what was wrong. I was in a virtual reality simulation, and I've completely gone off my rocker. I'm having a psychotic break, and that's why I don't remember who I am. Okay, it's okay. You can cry and shake a little, but don't tell this strange guy you're with that you're having a mental breakdown. That's not a good idea. Just play it cool and play it off and do some breathing exercises because you're really losing your mind. The brain does funny things when it's injured and swollen tight, pressing hard against your skull. After asking Glenn the same round of questions 5 times in a row where I could only tell you my name because he had told me, and he didn't tell me my middle name, so who knew what that was, he decided to wake up his friends, who I also did not recognize, who also answered my same round of questioning and some way, somehow, convinced me to go to the hospital with only slight resistance. Again, I was convinced I was having a nervous breakdown, and I didn't want to embarrass myself at the hospital for a silly little anxiety attack. But okay, fine, I'll go. So they help me get dressed, put on my shoes, and into the car we go. Oh shit, I'm being kidnapped. Stay calm. We arrive at the hospital. I still don't know who I am or where I am, or really even who this guy is. He seemed trustworthy, and I thought I knew him, but I still couldn't place him. Oh no, he's crying. He's hurt. I'm crying. What's happening? Forgetting the entire situation all over again, I drew the conclusion that something was wrong with him and that we were at the hospital to get help for him. Why was no one helping him? Silly me. Ouch. Oh my God. My head is throbbing. I think as I'm sitting in the waiting room, watching this strange guy fill paperwork out, still trying to wrap my head around, well, everything. And here's this guy, who I'm sure I know, but I can't really figure it out. Red-eyed, filled with fear, tears streaming down his face, just holding my hand and telling me it's going to be all right. Okay, so maybe he didn't drug me. Maybe I am safe. Please keep holding my hand and don't let go, I cry to him. I don't know you or know what's happening, but your hand is the only thing that makes me feel safe right now. I'm not leaving your side, Aaron. I'm not leaving your side ever. I'll take care of you. He says so compassionately and sincerely, with the tears streaming and the worry still written all over his face. A few brain scans and several very confused hours later, in a very terrible, incompetent hospital with what may have been some small repeated seizures, a constant cycle of fear and questions of who are you, where am I, and I think something is really, really wrong, and many, many hours, I was starting to somewhat consistently remember that my name was Aaron. I was 34. I was on vacation in Massachusetts when I hit my head, sustaining a severe concussion and subsequently losing all my memory. Both my mother and my boyfriend have lived through very, very severe, life-threatening brain bleeds. My boyfriend's requiring a craniotomy, so when I hit my head and slowly lost all memory, my boyfriend feared the worst and was worried that I had a brain bleed and could be having a stroke. I can't even imagine the fear and pain that he was experiencing, watching the girl he loved forget everything she knew. I learned a few things that day and the days following as I started to regain my memory. 1. Brain injuries are hard, really hard. Losing all memory of your entire life is even harder. And the headaches? Oh Lord, the headaches. The dizziness, the blurred vision in my right eye from all the pressure, the weakness in my knees that wouldn't let me stand, and the nausea. Holy moly, recovering from a brain injury is hard. Remembering your life all over again is kind of cool, though. Wait, I drive my dream truck? Are these super cool tie-dye vans mine? I have long hair. Oh my God, I have beautiful long hair. Seeing yourself in a mirror after you lose your memory is a very, very weird experience. Flying on a plane 3 days post-severe concussion is a very painful, hard, dizzying experience, made even worse by the fact that I couldn't sleep on the plane, wasn't allowed to read books or play on my phone. Basically, I just had to sit and wait it out, feeling like I was going to barf the entire contents of my stomach on the plane, and also faint simultaneously. Sustaining a brain injury while 3,000 miles away from home with a guy that you've only dated for a few months, who doesn't leave your side for a second, takes care of you for days on end, bringing you endless glasses of icy, icy water, my favorite, holding your hand pretty much every second of the day to keep you somewhat grounded in reality, rubbing your back while you're crying and your body shakes uncontrollably. That, my friends, is love. And that man is what you'd call a keeper. Nothing like a serious medical scare to solidify a newish relationship. Several months and unfortunately several hospital visits later, I'm still in love with this guy more than ever, and I know that I'm so very lucky to have him in my life. I know this isn't a traditional scary story, but this was the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. So my dad told me a pretty crazy story involving him, my Uncle Joey, and a household name I'd only ever known as Pablo. Until a while back, I had no idea what the beef was. I just knew Pablo as the butt of a lot of Uncle Joey's jokes. Anyhow, I knew my dad could tell the story best, so I asked him to write it out for me several weeks ago. And yay, he finally did it. I've attached his email with the story here. Thanks for sharing. Hey, honey. Sorry it took me so long to get you this story, but here you are. Back when me and your Uncle Joey were in high school, there was a kid named Pablo in our group of friends. He was like Joey's secret arch rival. They would always be in competition over girls, pinball, even who could eat more pizza in a single sitting. I'll never forget having to sit and watch Joey and Pablo lightheartedly go, slice for slice, on a large meat pizza, and then another. Joey would end up winning that one when Pablo had to exit the establishment before our table became a biohazard. Their rivalry made no sense, but it existed strong between the two of them all throughout high school. Our junior prom rolls around and Joey and I got matching plum purple 3-piece suits. We're looking good with our dates, getting ready to leave the dance when Pablo walks up to me and sheepishly asks if he and his date could get a ride home that night. Pablo's car had a flat, and the spare was already in use from when Joey had shot it with a dart in archery class a few days prior. Needless to say, Joey owed Pablo this favor. The car Joey was driving at the time was a small Ford Pinto. Me and my date were already squished in the back on the ride there. Adding another 2 passengers was going to make it next to impossible to fit in there. Pablo suggests that he could ride in the trunk if his date was able to squeeze herself between the two of us in the back. We probably looked like a circus clown car trying to load in, but we all managed to fit. When we're on the road, Joey starts to speed up and whip the car from left to right. Me and the girls are packed like sardines in the back seat, but behind us, Pablo's getting bounced back and forth off the walls. The trunk of the Pinto isn't really a trunk. It's basically an open floor behind the back seats and a big square rear window. Finally, he starts screaming at Joey to knock it off, and Joey pretends not to know what Pablo's freaking out about. They get to a red light, and Pablo's able to regain his balance and starts leaning past me and the girls, pointing and cussing at Joey. Then, Joey starts turning around and cussing at Pablo, calling him a pussy, telling him to calm down. They're at it like this until Joey's girlfriend Renee just starts shrieking from the front passenger seat. But her screaming has nothing to do with what the boys are fighting about. She's staring at a large black mass that's standing outside Joey's side window. When me and the other girls turned to see it, we all started screaming too. It's enough to finally interrupt the original shouting match that was taking place, and Joey turns around, confused. He looks at Renee, and then he turns to look out of his window. I see both the left and the right passenger windows get smashed in. The figure that was standing outside Joey's window was now reaching in and fighting with Joey. Someone else had apparently been on Renee's side too that we didn't see, because as Joey's getting his ass beat over there, Renee's getting dragged through the broken window by her hair out onto the street. Joey's car door gets forced open, and the same thing happens to him next. Some dirty old man sticks his head into the car and sees us crammed in the back. His head leaves the car, and his arms replace the open space. In his hand is a literal sawed-off shotgun. The face that briefly dipped into the car did not look like someone trained in the art of gunsmithing. If he pulled that trigger, we were all getting sprayed, and he was probably going to lose his hand in the process. With his other hand, he starts pounding on the roof of the car, shouting, "Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out!" Ellie pops Renee's vacant seat forward, and we follow her out of the passenger side door. There's another bald man in a flannel with what looked like a leg of wooden chair held against his chest like a sword. My girlfriend's the last one out, and when she hits the pavement, both men jump in the car and crank it into gear. Lying in the street, we watch it peel out and speed into the darkness, with Pablo still in the trunk, pounding on the rear glass. It was absolutely unreal what we had just witnessed, what had just taken place. We were all sitting there dazed until Joey hopped up and started running, looking for a payphone or an open business. Around the block, he found a bar that would let us use their phone. We called the police and our parents. The bartender gave us French fries while we waited for everyone to arrive. I remember that because it was really nice. One of the nicer parts of the night, obviously. It would be basically 2 whole days before we would hear from Pablo. Those men had taken him back to a hotel and planned on using him as a hostage, but Pablo actually escaped on the second night when the men passed out. Once he got out, he ran straight to the front desk and told them everything. And I remember he was still in his prom outfit when his parents picked him up and brought him home. Those 2 men were arrested, but Joey wasn't able to get back the Pinto because it had to be used as evidence in other crimes those men had committed that night. So, you would think some crazy doodle like this would bring Pablo and Joey closer together through some sort of bonding and trauma, right? Not in the slightest. Maybe now you just understand their beef a bit deeper. Uncle Joey did love that car. Okay, kiddo. Sorry again this took so long. You know your father. He's a talker, not a writer. Love ya. Let me tell you how to score a couple of free flights to anywhere on the North American continent. All you gotta do is spend 6 hours on a non-stop flight to Montreal in a packed airplane while seated next to a dead man. And wouldn't you know it, he got the window seat. The dead man hadn't boarded the plane like this, however. Allow me to explain. I'm flying home from a bachelor party. I'm the last class on the plane. And when I get to my row of seats, it's in between 2 older men around the same age as each other. But they don't know each other, so my spot was right there in between them. 8B, 8A, and 8C are filled up, as well as every other number and letter on this plane. So, on a packed flight with no other option, I'm forced to squeeze in. The stewardess has to come over and push me down in my seat. My knees are almost up to my chest as I started to feel hungover from the morning of drinking I did just hours earlier. Don't be all judgy. My best friend was getting married, so I decided I'd surprise him by showing up and getting wasted with all of his groomsmen while he played it safe. Because he was getting married in the morning. His groommen didn't really give a fuck, though. It was cool. I couldn't stay for the wedding because I had to work on Sunday and the rest of the week. Anyway, flying there was fine. I was with all the guys. We had 2 layovers before getting to California. But on the way back, I was by myself. I thought that the 6-hour flight would be an easier trip. I was arriving home at 4. My girlfriend was picking me up before she went to work. The plane takes off, and 10 minutes into the air, the window seat guy starts huffing and gasping, then just slumps forward. His forehead came to rest on the chair in front of him. If I hadn't heard him struggling, I'd have probably thought he was sleeping. Maybe. It looked like a pretty uncomfortable position to be in. I tap the man, asking if he's all right. He doesn't respond. I tap the button above me. When a flight attendant walks over, I express the concerns I had regarding the man's odd behavior. She also attempts to get his attention a few times before she places her hand on his neck, checking for a pulse. She then quickly leans back up and walks down the aisle straight into the cockpit. A few minutes later, she walks out and points to the back. One of the pilots is standing next to her, leaned out of the doorway looking at my section. They then both return back into the cockpit before the stewardess again walks out and closes the door behind her. She walks out of sight, and I eagerly wait for her to return. When she does, she's with another woman. She has a stethoscope and checks the man by the window. Then she and the other stewardess drape a white sheet over the man. Then I'm told that the pilots have decided not to make an emergency landing. Because the man was dead, there was technically no longer an emergency. Her face sorta does this funny thing as she delivers the next bit of information. Due to the flight being full, They were unable to move the man, and in turn, also unable to move me and the other man, the alive one. She says that when the plane does land, the man seated next to me and myself will be compensated for our patience with the unfortunate circumstances. Then it was suggested I scroll through their movie selection to pass time. I guess I was sort of in shock. I just started going through the movies. I chose Fast and Furious, Tokyo Drift. The other man opted for sleeping. I don't know how in the hell he was able to sleep with a dead man sitting 2 seats away, but I guess I'd find out soon. Most of the cabin lights were out in the plane when I turned my light off, but out of the corner of my eye, I swear to God the guy under the sheet moved, like leaned up for a second before drooping back down. My heart started racing. I quickly flipped the light back on. Never felt a sensation like that before. My teeth jittered when I saw the white fabric start raising. The light above me leaves a glare on the screen that I'm trying to watch the movie on, but every time I flip the light off, the sheet starts to twitch and move. I closed my eyes and tried not to look in its direction. Then its leg shakes and bumps mine. It's too much. I jump up without even thinking, waking the man next to me. He looks annoyed. He fixes his eye mask and proceeds to sleep. I look around the plane. Those near our seats seem to be aware of what's happening, whereas the front of the plane seems less involved in what's going on. Either way, none of these people are going to switch seats with me. I reluctantly sit back down. I can't even focus on the movie anyway. Only the man. He's not moving for now. I'm too afraid to even close my eyes. I find myself spiraling internally at the situation at hand. I focus on my small cabin light, staring into it instead of anywhere else on the plane. I don't know how much time passed as I stared and thought about this mess, and suddenly the light flickers, ever so slightly. Never seen that before. Just as suddenly, a woman from in front of me turns around and says, "I'm sorry, what was that? What do you need?" She's making eye contact through the small slit between the seats. I didn't say anything, so I told her, "I didn't say anything, sorry." She stands up, turns around, looks from me to the man sleeping, to the man under the sheet. She's starting to resemble what I'm feeling inside, horrified. She asks if I'm sure, which I am, so I tell her as much. She apologized and slowly took her seat. What was that? I had no idea, but it didn't help me with my feelings of anxiety or dread. I looked over at the dead man, still not moving. That's good. I turned toward the sleeping man, and I closed my eyes. Somehow, someway, I fell asleep. I don't think it lasted very long. In either way, I was awoken abruptly by being met with a horrifying odor. It, along with some newfound sounds, are coming from the dead man. Holy fuck, I think to myself. I'm smelling this guy now. It doesn't take long before I notice that others around me are already reacting to this smell, looking around for the source of the offensive odor. Of course, I knew where it was coming from, and it was inescapable. How was it humanly possible to be in this situation? My mind was bending over and over again, and it continued through the entire flight. I didn't sleep another wink, just sat there, paranoid, looking at the dead man every few moments. I still hadn't turned my cabin light off, so I could see. The man had shifted. Surely just naturally. Natural death stuff. That's what I told myself. It must have been another hour into the flight. I heard this moan or groan, but it sounded very alive. The woman in front of me, she heard it too. I see her turn and make eye contact through the seats. Silently yet collectively, We both hit the button for assistance, anxiously waiting to see a stewardess head in our direction. When she arrives, I ask if she can check the man's pulse. I tell her, we're hearing noises, like he's trying to breathe. Her eyes widen, and she grabs another stewardess, the one with the stethoscope. They reach across me once more, this time removing the sheet. And as morbidly curious as I am, I can't bring myself to look at the man. But the smell, it's enough this time to make me get up. I apologize as I pushed past the group. I'm definitely gonna throw up. I actually managed to make it to the bathroom, but I lose whatever contents I had once I get there. Mainly leftover alcohol. It's horrible, but it doesn't compare to what I've experienced thus far. I, a full-grown man, wanted to cry at the idea of going back to sitting next to a dead man. But the door, it won't open. Why the fuck won't it open? This entire flight is turning into a flight of firsts for me. I start shaking the door, switching the lock back and forth, anything I can. I think to myself, am I seriously gonna have to press the help button? I keep trying the door, and as I'm pushing, doing nothing special, it just opens, almost hitting the flight attendant who had made it to the other side of the door. She looked a little confused, but God, if only she knew how fucking confused I was. She's asking me if I'm okay. I don't even know what to say, so I give her an answer by shaking my head and walking back to my seat. But I turn around to ask the woman, was he alive? But her wince tells me no, and then she confirms it with a verbal no. Great. The last 2 hours of the flight, much like the first 4, were hell. My free vouchers or flying miles didn't seem worth this experience at all. Would I ever even get on another plane? I thought to myself. Approaching our aisle, I wanted to just go live in the bathroom, but I sucked it up and took my seat. The woman in front, she turns around again. Psst. Hey, they said the man doesn't have a pulse, that he's really dead. I wait, expecting her to tell me more. She doesn't, so I share that I'm aware. She scoffs as though we're on the outside of some joke, and she says, but you heard him too, right? Like you heard him talking and the moaning, like, please tell me you heard that too. The thing is, I'd heard some of it. Worst of all, I'd felt several of these post-mortem. But speaking, no, I hadn't heard that. I didn't know what to say. Should I lie and spare this woman's sanity? Do I tell the truth, potentially sending her into some sort of, I don't know, psychosis? My brain truly couldn't handle much more. For all I knew, this lady was nuts. Something told me, though, that she wasn't. I just told her, I've definitely been hearing things over here. This is all just very disturbing. She nods in agreement, exchanges a half-hearted smile before turning back around. What the fuck? Never been so happy to land. I've had turbulence. I've had actual emergency landings before, but this was my first time experiencing death on a flight. And I gotta say, hands down the worst. I imagine the plane literally crashing is the only thing that could surpass this situation. Leaving that airport, I was replaying everything in my head, and again out loud to my girlfriend. And it's like, was the woman crazy? Or is it even remotely possible that somehow she was hearing this man's ghost speaking to her? I don't really mess with that stuff, but apparently my girlfriend thinks it's literally possible. She also thought that being able to fly anywhere was pretty great, despite everything I'd just told her. But truly, I haven't been very eager to fly again. My dad once volunteered to pick my girlfriend up from the airport after I broke my leg in a skiing accident. This story is told from their accounts. It was near 11 p.m., and my dad, Russ, was sitting in his car, waiting for my girlfriend, Via, to get off the flight. Russ had been sitting there for a while, and the left taillight of the car in front of him had been blinking and flashing randomly. It flittered and blinks, and then he watched a physical spark ignite inside the taillight. It's an older Plymouth, and Russ assumes that it's just wiring. He continues to watch it, though, in case another spark decides to become a flame. Via gets into my dad's car, and right behind her are a couple more passengers from the plane. One is an older man that gets into the passenger seat of the Plymouth. Both cars are pulling out of the arrival lot at the same time. There's a couple mile of highway leaving the airport before getting back to the freeway. The whole time they're following the car with a burnt-out taillight. Then all of the lights in the back end of the Plymouth begin to malfunction. At first, they're watching this light show thinking it's a shame. They're probably going to get pulled over and have no idea why. But then they see the right taillight pop out from the back and bounce on the road, nearly crashing through their windshield. Russ would swerve last minute to avoid the object that was hurling toward them. The highway that they're traveling is a single lane, grass hills on either side. If Russ hadn't been able to correct the car when he fishtailed, Via and him would probably have been killed if they went off that hill at the speed they were going. When the cars align right behind the Plymouth again, their shared anger dissipates into horror as they watch the arm of a small child start to reach out from the hole made in the rear taillight. The arm looks frail or bloody or bruised, all three. They've got it stretched out to their shoulder, and they're waving desperately for help. Russ reaches for his cell phone to call the police, but it's dead. Via's phone is almost dead too, but she manages to get the phone call connected long enough to describe the car and part of its license plate. She told them where they were, what they were seeing. When the cars got onto the freeway, the Plymouth picked up speed, and Russ was unable to maintain visuals on the car. He and Via would eventually give up the pursuit 20 miles past their original exit. When they got home and could charge their phones, they filed an official report. They even tried to get information as to if the Plymouth was ever caught or not. We were never able to figure out what happened, but we pray that the police were able to locate the car and help whoever was in the trunk. I work at a private impound lot in a big city. When I started this job, I was nervous about my safety. I'd never done any security work, and I have 3 kids to support, along with a diabetic wife, but I was assured that there was nothing to worry about. Apparently, just having someone present is enough to keep most people away. It's a small lot, and we don't deal with vehicles used in crimes or anything like that. Most of our business comes from wrecks or people parking where they shouldn't. And those are usually the kind of people who pick them up on that same day, disgruntled and annoyed, but not dangerous. On the extremely rare occasion that someone tried to sneak in during the night, it was usually to retrieve something left in the car. That's only happened to me once so far, and I let the guy grab his stuff just because he was civil about it. Overall, I get pretty comfortable pretty fast. It's an easy job with benefits and a lot of downtime. This last week, we got this wrecked truck. It wasn't totaled, mostly just cosmetic damage from where it had ran into a guardrail. The driver had a stroke, and luckily no one else was involved. But he wasn't so lucky. He wasn't going too fast, so by the time he hit the rail, his speed was down. Unfortunately, that's where his luck stopped. His only family members live in another state, so that means the truck was ours until they made arrangements. It was a red 2-door Dodge Ram 1500 with untinted windows, and it sat in the slot closest to my booth about 30 feet away, so I had a great view of it. Normally, I just pass the time by reading or scrolling through my phone. I don't actually have to leave my booth unless it's to deal with a trespasser. Well, the first night we had that damn truck, I was reading some random article when I saw something move from the corner of my eye. When I looked up, it was just in time to see a head duck down inside the Dodge, like someone had gotten inside, saw me looking, and dropped out of sight. My blood was instantly pumping. My heart could have beat right through my rib cage with the way that it took off. I know some people are all about that adrenaline rush, but it's just not my drug of choice. I stared through the truck's back windshield for a solid 10 minutes before finally making my move. I figured I could just wait for whoever it was to come out, but if he managed to get inside and shut the door without me noticing, then I couldn't risk taking my eyes away for a second. Next, I tried to call out from the booth. I promised the guy I wouldn't call the cops as long as he left without any trouble, but there was no response. Finally, I had no choice but to go over there. I only had a taser as I crept toward the truck, but I didn't need it. The vehicle was empty. I knew I had seen someone, but I could only watch the live security feeds. I don't have access to the system controls. There was nothing I could do except assume I was hallucinating, so I went back to my booth. After a little time passed, it became easier to believe that I'd just imagined the shape of a person in the shadows. But almost 2 hours later, the horn suddenly went off by itself. It was a good 3-second blast that nearly knocked me out of my skin. It wasn't the alarm, just the horn. And once again, there was no one around. Half an hour later, I was back to reading and still wary. I kept looking at the Dodge every few minutes, and I eventually saw the shadow person once more, but it didn't duck down like it had the first time. It seemed to be looking straight ahead, out the front windshield, with its hands on the wheel. Also, its head was shaped a little funny, like it was wearing a hat. I stared at it for almost a minute, just to be absolutely certain I was seeing what I thought I was seeing. Then I dashed out of the booth one last time. In the split second my eyes were off the figure was all it took for it to disappear. My shift ended less than a half an hour later. Nothing more happened. That was on a Friday. The truck was picked up on a Sunday. I'm completely fine never seeing it again, but I feel like that had to be the old man's ghost, right? I never experienced anything like that firsthand until then. Later, I found the man's picture in the obituaries, and he was wearing one of those funny-shaped fedora hats, just like what I saw on the shadow. After college, for several years, my friends and I would get together the day before Thanksgiving. We would eat food, play games, and get super drunk. Maybe you've heard of this tradition. We referred to it fondly as Friendsgiving, and when I was about 25, we celebrated our final one together as a group, and let's just say it was one to remember. 2 friends of ours had bought property out in Deer Park, Washington, a couple of months before the holidays, and they invited us to celebrate Friendsgiving out there as a sort of housewarming party, too. We all lived in eastern Washington at the time, so we opted to just carpool there, 4 of us in one car. It should have been a quick trip, one that we were even somewhat familiar with to a certain point. It was a Tuesday night, and the final road to our friend's house was a long stretch of nothingness. As we started getting closer to what we thought was our destination, we were suddenly aware that we were being followed. I think it was my friend who was driving, Blake, who noticed first and then called it to the attention of the rest of the car. The music was turned down, and suddenly we were all looking out the back window. It wasn't just that there was a car following us on this seemingly desolate road. It was how close they were following us. I remember audibly gasping at that realization, and my friend Summer did the same as we instinctively grabbed each other's hands. The headlights were almost blinding as Blake asked us, "Can you see the driver? What's up?" I hear my friend in the front seat echo his question. I focused, trying to see anything but the blinding headlights. It seemed as though we should be able to make out the driver, but from this angle he resembled nothing more than a large, dark silhouette. I was taken aback by the headlights once again. They were so unusual, and I recall thinking that I'd never seen headlights quite like that. But I realized I sure had, on really old cars. They were perfectly round and slightly raised from the car itself, Just as I thought I'd state these facts out loud, it got even closer. "You just need to let them pass. Pull over or speed up," Summer ordered Blake from the back seat next to me. Pretty soon, Blake was having to drive so fast to avoid the car tailing us that he couldn't safely pull off the road. I could see the car clearly now. It was a very old antique-style car. I don't know enough about cars to do much, but I know enough to know that that car was a classic. Who drives a classic car so recklessly? I remember asking out loud. No answer from within. By now, the car became filled with fear and angst. Finally, Blake made the split decision to pull off on a gravel shoulder, which was practically non-existent. The car was still right on our ass as we pulled off. Summer and I were screaming as we realized they were the closest they'd been to our car yet, and we could see that there were multiple silhouettes in the car. We immediately felt a jolt as the car hit our back end. Blake struggled for a moment to regain control of his car. We weren't headed for a cliff or anything, but it was pitch black out there, and we knew that we were surrounded by giant trees. As the car spun, my eyes spun in the direction of the other car. Looking from each window of the car, I could still see the antique vehicle, until suddenly it disappeared. I don't mean that it sped off or anything like that. I mean that we watched it disappear. As he pulled off to the side, we confirmed there was nothing there. It didn't follow us, it didn't pass us or keep driving. It completely disappeared off the road, and there was no explaining where the car had gone. "Where the hell did they go?" Blake asked his passengers, and no one said a thing. I believe we were all in shock, but still, looking at the road behind us, expecting to see something. After a few moments, Blake gets out of the car and looks for any sort of damage to his car. When he got back in, he told us there was no damage, not even a scratch on his car. Still, we were all sure that we had seen someone, a car, following us. Not only that, but we all felt the jolt from the impact. Yet we also agreed that we'd seen something disappear right before our eyes. Either way, Blake started driving back into the road and continued to follow the GPS to our friend's house. We were all sorts of quiet, not sure what to say or think about what had just happened. When we got to our friend's house, we told them about the experience. Them not having been in the car with us, I guess it was just hard for them to believe. I asked them, "Did any other cars drive down this road, especially in the last 10 minutes?" No. They were the only occupied property along this road. The rest was either undeveloped or protected land. So, what the hell did we experience? This is a long one. Sorry in advance if I ramble. My name is Smith, and I'm 32 years old. I'm a geneticist from Tucson, Arizona. I first met my fiancé Caleb when I was in high school, and I didn't believe that someone like me could ever be with someone like him, but he assured me, and he made me feel every day that I was the best person in the entire world. So much so that when 2015 came around and Obama legalized gay marriage, he proposed to me, and I said yes. Everything leading up to the wedding was fine, but I still had my doubts, insecurities, and on the day of our wedding, walking him down a rainbow-colored aisle, all of that went away. The ceremony was beautiful. My vows were basic, but Caleb's took my breath away. Unfortunately, I only got to be married for an hour, an entire hour of being happy. I had everything I ever wanted in my entire life, but as I said, that was short-lived. The car seating after the ceremony was as follows. Caleb's groomsman, Johnny, and his little brother, Declan, were in the back seat, and behind me, my rock, my bestie forever, Freya. The ceremony, it was as basic as you think it was. We left the church, and we had rice thrown and rainbow-colored confetti, which is what I was picking out of my cornrows when the accident happened. The last thing I remember was smiling up at Caleb and him telling me, well, mouthing the words that he loved me, infinity times infinity. We would tell one another that we loved each other infinity times infinity every day, and we meant it. No truer words ever spoken between two people. The last thing I remember clearly was Freya screaming for Caleb to watch out. I don't even know what happened. I had the feeling the car was flipping over. I would later find out that it flipped 3 times before landing roof up, as I'm asking myself, why am I looking up at the sky? Wouldn't that mean I'm on my back? And my body, why is it exploding in pain? Throughout all of the pain and grief and fear, there was Caleb's body on top of mine, whispering in my ear, "Baby, please, just stay awake. Keep your eyes open. There's an ambulance on the way. Baby, please stay awake." I couldn't. My entire world was enveloped in black, and I passed out. I woke up almost 5 days later. Numerous broken bones, broken wrists, 3 broken ribs, and a fractured eye socket. Declan was fine. He had a few scrapes and bruises. Same with John. Freya immediately came to my side and hugged me. She was crying into my chest, which hurt. She had a cast on her left leg and her right arm. First thing out of my mouth was, "Where's Cal?" Declan wouldn't even look at me. John started to cry as Freya knelt beside me and touched my cheek. "There was an accident," she whispered. "Cal went out a hero," Declan whispered when I looked at him, and I asked him what the hell he was talking about. He gave me a shocked look like he expected me to remember what happened. Freya asked me what was the last thing I remembered. I told her, leaving the church, people throwing confetti and rice at us, being happy. John just gave a loud sob and said, "He doesn't remember what happened. He doesn't remember the accident, Frey." Declan knelt down beside me and told me everything that happened. There was an accident. Some drunken idiot swerved in front of us in a panic, and in order to prevent an accident, Caleb swerved the car really hard, causing it to roll over, making impact with the car that he was trying to avoid as it hit his side. At the time, I didn't know that Caleb didn't have a seatbelt on, and the memory of him on top of me with the car, it came back. I started to see with blurry vision, and I realized my husband was gone. He risked his own life because it's just the type of dude my brother was, Declan said. I turned to my best friend and I beg her. I beg her to tell me that this isn't real. I break down, I start to cry. There's no consoling me. It was hard for me growing up gay, thinking that I would never meet someone, knowing that my family disowned me for the very fact of me wanting to live a true life. And then I met Caleb, this kind, gentle guy who actually seemed to want to spend time with me, to want to get to know me better. And I took all of that love that I had inside of me and I gave it all to him. And now I was back where I started, alone, broken. The hardest part of all of this was realizing that by the time I woke up, Caleb's funeral had already gone and passed. I didn't even get to say goodbye. I didn't even get to be there. His parents kept apologizing for having the funeral while I was unconscious. I kept telling them that it was fine, that it was okay. But deep down inside, I was a wreck. I cried almost every night, and to tell you the truth, I never really stopped crying. To say I loved Caleb is an understatement. Love is too small a word to describe what I felt about him, what I still do. And now here's the part of the story where shit gets really weird. Over the last 5 years, I've managed to get my PhD and overall try to be happy. I haven't taken my ring off. Every time I try, something always stops me. During the height of the pandemic, that's when shit got really weird. One morning, I decided that I was going for a run. I started to make a protein smoothie for before and after I got back, and while I was using the blender, putting my blueberries and bananas inside, I heard Caleb's voice. It shocked me at first because I wasn't sure if I heard what I had heard. Then when I turned the blender off to listen more carefully, I heard it again. "Babe, have you seen my keys?" I stepped back from the blender and covered my mouth. There were tears burning in my eyes. For context, you should know Caleb was always losing his keys. I wiped my tears away and told myself, "Smith, it's just your grief, bitch. Chill the fuck out." I went for my run, came back, and nothing else happened. Cut to that same night when I'd gotten out of the shower, put my pajamas on, and gotten into bed. I heard my front door open and close. I heard shuffling in the living room, and I immediately grabbed my Bowie knife. "Babe?" I dropped the knife and stepped back. There's no fucking way this is happening again. The minute I reached for the door, my front door opened and slammed, which made me jump, of course. But then I got a little angry. Then I got really angry. I'm a big believer in the paranormal. Even as a scientist, I know that some things can't be explained by science. But I know Caleb, and I know that he wouldn't try to scare me like this. He wouldn't do this shit to me. So I started reading paranormal stories. I wanted to know what the hell was going on. Then I came across something called a mimic. Every story that I'd ever read while doing research correlated with my paranormal activity, verbatim. And I knew it was not my husband. Then one night when I was in bed going over notes for work, boring lab stuff, I heard the door slam, which I found out was the door to my bathroom. I calmly looked up, got out of bed, stood direct while I tried to portray confidence, and I said very loudly, "Look, bitch, don't be slamming no doors you ain't paying for." And you're probably not going to believe me when I say that that's what I said, but I'm very bossy. I don't like anyone in my space disrespecting my stuff, and I'm not afraid to tell someone off. Boy, was that a huge mistake. After that, things escalated quickly. There were footsteps at night, things going missing and reappearing in the strangest of places. And then there was our wedding photo. It was supposed to be on my nightstand, but every morning when I woke up, it was in the middle of the floor of my living room. The knocking, the voices at night, it all started to ramp up. It's been 5 months of this. Cut to present day, September 2023. I started to get really depressed, and that's when I started to hear Caleb's voice again. It was small things at first. Usually I'd just hear him call me babe or ask me a question. I would ignore him, and then I would go into my bathroom and cry for hours. It was not the reprieve from grief that I thought I needed. It was making shit worse. So I called over my sisters, Soraya and Simone, and needless to say, they didn't really believe me. They thought I was grieving, and they weren't wrong, but I had to explain to them that I know what grief is, but that I've heard enough stories from my favorite YouTube channel to know what this is. Soraya laughed and looked at me, saying, "Really, YouTube? Are you really going to base your grief off of a scary YouTube story that you heard?" I kicked them out, and I went about my day. I don't speak to my parents, so there was no help that I could get from any outside source. That night, I heard it again, Caleb's voice. This time I was coming from the hallway from the bathroom. The light was turned on, so I couldn't understand why there was a voice coming from in there. This thing really likes to call me babe. I shuddered when I heard it, and I stopped down the hallway and slammed the door shut. I made one last desperate plea, which I really wish I would have just kept my mouth shut. "Look, bitch, I've just about had it with your mimicking bullshit. I know you're not Caleb, and I would really like for you to get the fuck out of my house, considering the fact that you're not even fucking paying rent here, and you're staying here for free. So please fucking leave." Yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said that I was pretty angry at this point. I had to make myself laugh in this situation, otherwise I was going to keep thinking that I was fucking insane. That was the moment that not only did my lights turn off and my phone, but there was banging throughout my entire loft. It was the doors and the windows, My neighbor, who's a good friend of mine, his name is Levi. He came by the loft. Well, he barged into my loft, to put it perfectly accurately. "Smith, are you okay?" he asked. Once he entered the loft, the knocking only got louder. Levi is Jewish, and I should start off by saying that we experienced a Dybbuk haunting in college, so I knew that he'd believe me. I told Levi what was happening, and he let me stay at his place for the night. Once I closed the door to my loft, the knocking stopped. When I stepped away from the door, Levi and I both heard Caleb yell, "And stay out." Levi turned to me slowly and said, "Smith, am I high, or did I just hear your dead husband's voice?" Through my tears, I smiled and appreciated him making me laugh after not having done so in so long. I turned to him and smiled and said, "Levi, you're always high, but yes, this is what I've been dealing with." Cut to a few days later when I finally returned home. Nothing else happened for a while. That was until John and Declan decided to pay me a little visit. I'm glad to know that I wasn't the only one who heard him, but the look on Declan's face when he stepped into the loft and heard Caleb's voice, it broke my heart. We all heard him when he said, "There's my 3 favorite guys." John, being the emotional wreck that he already was, sobbed, "Cal, is that you?" Declan stepped out of the apartment and looked at me. "You're playing a joke on us, right?" he asked. When he saw me crying, he knew that I wasn't doing that. John looked around and suddenly noted out loud that it got colder in the loft. Once again, Declan stepped back inside. He heard it again. "Long time no see, little bro." He walked right up to me and gave me a big bear hug. He whispered in my ear, "I believe you, but that is not my brother." "I know," I whispered back, "but I still don't know what to do." Declan took out his phone and his wallet, decided that he was going to call his friend Leah. Leah was a self-proclaimed witch, and I do believe in those things. The witches, I mean. When I first met Leah, she was calm and so sweet. I told her that whoever was in here, I'm sorry, but just let me clarify, the entity in here was not my husband. She smiled when she looked around the loft. "You're a bit of a trickster, aren't you?" she said into the open air. I looked at her like she was crazy, and I let her know that I thought that as well. I turned and I said, "Girl, why are you talking to air?" Leah smiled and laughed so hard that there were tears in her eyes. "Smith, don't worry," she said, coming to me and taking my hands. "We're going to be great friends. We have the same personality. And for the record, bitch, I'm not talking to air because you have a mimic spirit in your house." This made me laugh out loud very hard. I really liked Leah's attitude and her personality. She indeed seemed to match mine. I scheduled another appointment with her, gave her $150 to do a cleansing. At first she told me not to pay her, that she would do it for free, but I told her to take the money. When she took it, Leah finally heard it. "Babe, no." Caleb's voice was so sad and agonizing. I looked around, and I could feel the tears already streaming down my cheeks. "I can't take much more of this," I whispered. That's when the knocking started again, or rather the banging, and it didn't stop until Leah and I were both out of the loft. So I decided to stay at a hotel. I picked the same one that Leah was staying at so that we could be together and get to know each other some more. She took me to the store to buy all of the things that she needed for the cleansing. We hung out all day, had lunch, called Freya to have dinner with us. I booked a room. She came over later to have wine and just talk. While we were talking and having wine, I thought to myself, Leah is going to have to leave soon, and Freya can only spend so much time with me. I started to get worried. September 14th, 2023. I went back to get a few things today. It did not go well. The minute I stepped into my loft, I heard it. "Back so soon? You just can't stay away, can you?" I stomped down the hallway into my bathroom and muttered to myself, "Shouldn't have to stay away. This is my loft." When I started to make my way towards the door, I heard a sob, and then Caleb's voice said, "Please don't leave again. You know how much I love you." I turned, and you guessed it, I was crying. "I know how much he loved me," I cried. "And when I get back, I'm going to sage this loft so bad, you won't even be able to breathe in here." At that exact moment, my bathroom door, bedroom door, laundry room door, and guest bedroom door all slammed succinctly. The pounding resumed, and needless to say, I rushed out of there and back to the hotel. I found Leah and Freya talking over drinks. Without even saying a word, Leah looked at me. "Smith, are you okay?" Freya knew something was wrong, so she asked me to talk to her, but I couldn't find the words. Leah looked into my eyes and said, "You went back, didn't you?" I nodded. She was starting to compile a list of other things that she would need from the store, and that's when she turned to me and said, "Smith, I'm starting to think that this isn't a mimic. What you just told me is something much more menacing." I turned to her and I told her I agree, that I definitely knew it wasn't my husband. I started to cry again, and I haven't stopped since. You should consider my story if you ever have a problem with a mimic. Never piss it off. Never try to challenge it. It's 12:55 a.m. and I'm writing this in my hotel room. Freya opted to stay with me, so I'm writing this while staring at her sleeping, snoring form in my spare bed. I couldn't be more grateful. I'll keep you all posted with any updates, and I'll definitely be posting what happens after the cleansing. Thanks for reading, and thanks for everyone in the community for all your support. Most people never heard about the 100-year flood in Baton Rouge, even though it occurred in August 2016. Some folks on the internet started calling it the 1,000-year flood or 500-year flood, but there was also a big flood in 27. So I think they just wanted to use bigger numbers. Regardless of what you want to call it, a lot of people lost everything, including me. The slow-moving system dumped over 20 inches of rain on us in about a 3-day period, and nobody was prepared for it. We didn't even understand what was happening until it was too late. At the time, I was living with my sick grandmother who was confined to her bed. The doctors didn't expect her to last through the end of the year, so I moved in to help take care of her. We didn't exactly live in a good area either. It rains a lot in Louisiana, and it wasn't exactly uncommon for our streets to flood, so we literally sat there watching the water rise higher and higher until we were trapped. When I first told Grandma the roads were impassable, she just rolled her eyes and made a joke about not being able to order a pizza. When I said the yard was going under, she thought it was strange but not concerning. She'd lived in that house her entire life and had never seen it get that bad, but we didn't think that we were in actual danger. With the exception of what happened to New Orleans during Hurricane Katrina, we just don't get floods like that around here. We didn't get worried until the water was just under the front door. It probably should have happened a lot sooner, but even then, we were only afraid of the floors being ruined. We still weren't thinking in terms of the whole house. We weren't in fear for our lives. I was rushing around picking up the rugs and moving things to higher shelves when my dad called. He was at a job site 4 hours north, but wanted me to take Grandma to his brother's house, which was only 2 hours away. I told him the only way we were getting out of the driveway was on a boat, and he sounded really scared. He said if the levee broke, the house would go underwater, and we needed to find a way onto the roof. How the hell are we supposed to do that? I demanded. And I'll never forget the weight of the silence that followed. He didn't know either. I started looking around to see which neighbors were still home. Most of them were gone, but Mr. Peterson from across the street was standing on his screened porch. The water was just washing over his ankles. Our entire street looked like a newly formed river. When he saw me, he looked alarmed and ran inside. A few seconds later, our phone rang. He couldn't believe we were still there and asked what we planned to do when the house went under. Die. That was my plan. We were going to die. I've never been that frightened before or since. I said as much and asked what he planned to do. He didn't have any family and couldn't afford to leave anyway, so he was playing it by ear. When I saw him on the porch, he was trying to decide if it was time to get on his roof yet, because he owned a ladder. Our side of the street was a few feet higher, so he proposed that we all get on top of our roof. Water was slowly seeping beneath the door by that point, so we had to move quickly. Mr. Peterson carried his ladder across the street. At the lowest point, it came just a few inches under his waist, and he yelled when something, probably just a fish, swam through his legs. I had a small cooler packed with drinks and snacks, but the real question was how to get Grandma up the ladder. If we hadn't all been in survival mode, I don't think that we could have done it. Mr. Peterson was a really big guy, but when he suggested carrying my grandmother on his back, well, I was certain that I would have to watch them fall into the water and get carried away. Grandma might have been a good swimmer once upon a time, but she couldn't have stood a chance now. It's a miracle they got up there, especially while it was still raining. I rigged up an old dog leash around the cooler so that I could strap it over my shoulder, and I went up behind them. The water was coming so fast, it nearly took the ladder. But Mr. Peterson held on to it for dear life until I got to the top. We had no clue how long we would be up there, or if help would even come. The rest of our street looked abandoned, but from our new vantage point, we could see people from surrounding neighborhoods already on their rooftops as well. For the most part, we tried to keep Grandma under an umbrella and shield it from the rain, but it wasn't really possible to protect her from all of it. We watched the water rise higher and higher as the day grew dark. We heard all the windows break as the water rushed and shattered them. The noises were just as awful as the rain. We could hear other people screaming and crying as they watched their homes get destroyed beneath them. And I think we all secretly expected the water to rise over the rooftops in the middle of the night. I kept imagining that we would suddenly feel it lapping against our legs, and then a giant wave would carry us away. But thankfully, that didn't happen. The longest night of my life ended with the wildest sunrise I've ever seen. I have no clue when the rain stopped. I just know that I would never in a million years have guessed that I was looking around at our neighborhood. There was nothing but rooftops and water as far as the eye could see, like I was standing in the middle of the ocean. We still didn't know how long we would be stuck there, but we had enough water to last the day, no more. I cried tears of joy when we heard the boats. Overall, we were lucky, as a family and as a community. An unexpected disaster like that could have easily taken so many lives, but only 13 were lost. Yes, it's 13 too many, but it's nothing compared to what it could have been if so many ordinary people hadn't decided to be heroes. We weren't rescued by any of the usual first responders. We, like countless others, were saved by regular people who decided to take their boats out solely for the purpose of rescuing folks like us. They pulled right alongside our house, helped my grandmother in, and took us to the closest shelter before going back for more. Grandma didn't come through it unscathed. She was sick for a long time after. Well, sicker. But she stayed with us for another 6 months. And I still stay in touch with Mr. Peterson and our other rescuers. Well, I guess that's it. That was hands down the most frightening experience of my life. And I hope like hell there never comes a day when it gets pushed to second place. My heart wouldn't be able to take it. It's the Cold War, late 1950s. My paternal grandfather, Ivan, who'd recently obtained his membership into the labor union, is fired from his job manufacturing farm products for wholesale and trade. One day, The bosses pull him into their office. 2 local detectives are also standing in the room. The 4 men sit Ivan down and unlawfully interrogate him for hours before handing him his termination papers to sign. At this time, Congress had implemented sweeping investigations in order to catch any suspected communist spies in the government, or labor unions, the entertainment industry, and military forces. In part, as the tension grew between the 2 nations, the labor unions began terminating anyone who had ever belonged to, or had ever been sympathetic to, the Communist Party. Ivan Petrov was born an American citizen, but on paper he fit the description his management was told to get rid of. His parents immigrated to New York in 1909, just before the war started. Ivan was devastated. He'd break the news to my paternal grandmother, a woman named Kate, later that night. Kate would break the news that she's pregnant with my mother that night as well. Kate got to share her news first, which made Ivan feel all the worse when delivering his. The predicted due date became a timer for Ivan to get back on his feet, 6 months to find stable ground for him and his family. He starts working odd jobs in the city, staying out at all times of the night. After a month of this routine, he's made just enough for rent and groceries. Early into the next month, Ivan arrives home with a small Emerson radio. He'd spent $50 on it, which could be about $475 in today's money. This purchase depleted most of their savings, and Kate couldn't believe he'd wasted money on such a frivolous thing. But Ivan reassures her this radio will solve all their money problems. Now, along with odd jobs, Ivan would also stay up all night, clicking through the frequencies of the radio. Kate would wake up to see him sitting at the kitchen table with the radio pressed against his ear, occasionally scribbling down numbers onto a piece of paper laid out in front of him. When she'd ask what he was doing, Ivan told her that he could hear someone talking to him through the radio. He said they'd given him the final score of a minor league baseball game that takes place tomorrow. The radio told him to go to the betting hall and put everything he's got on the Brooklyn Dodgers against the Giants, with a score of 7-6. Kate begs Ivan not to go, but the next morning, he's gone before she wakes up. Their savings have been cleared out, the empty box that once held their future discarded next to the radio. He wouldn't return home until the next morning. When he walked through the door, Kate had fallen asleep on the couch. She's woken up with a large leather bag being tossed onto the carpet in front of her. It spills over, and a waterfall of cash slides out. Kate opens her eyes and sees over $10,000 spread across the floor. Ivan tells her he'd won the bet that was placed on the baseball game. Soon after that, they moved into a better part of town, a 3rd-floor condo with a room for the baby. Ivan continues doing odd jobs. Kate's 6 months pregnant. She finds him on another night sitting in the kitchen with the radio pressed against his ear. Same position, same frantic scribbling. This time, Ivan doesn't wait until morning. He doesn't see Kate watching him through the doorway as he proceeds to collect his coat and then exit by trying to close the door as quietly as possible. Kate waited until she heard Ivan leave the driveway before approaching the radio left on the table. She lifted it up and clicked it on. There was a buzz of noise before the station went quiet. She couldn't hear anything when she moved up and down the station ladder. Then Ivan came back inside to grab something he'd forgotten. When he saw Kate with the radio, he became enraged. Grabbing it from her hands, he threatened her with death if she ever touched the radio again. Kate had never seen this side of Ivan before. She cried and ran back into their bedroom, slamming the door. Shortly after her slam, Ivan would match its force on their front door when he left. When she came back out, the radio was gone. Another long 24 hours would pass before Ivan returned home. With him, another large sum of cash. When he sees Kate, she apologizes for touching the radio. He asks if she turned it on when she was holding it, and she says yes, and then asks if the voices talked to her. She said no. she couldn't hear anything. Ivan reminds her of his previous warning, then tells her to get dressed because they're going out to dinner. His glare makes her reserve the question that she has for another time. Kate got dressed, and they went to a fancy restaurant in Brighton Beach. Their interactions together don't feel normal anymore. 2 more months would pass with Ivan's schedule unchanged. Kate's 8 months pregnant now. One morning, after a particularly long stint away from home, Ivan comes in the door sweating, his eyes wide, darting in all directions. He looked like a madman running from window to window, closing all of the shades and curtains. Then he ran from room to room, turning off all the lights in the house. When Kate asks him what's wrong, he says that he's got people after him. He says the radio gave him a message, telling him everything about their plan. None of what he's saying makes any sense to Kate. She asks who. He said Truman's boys, then tells her they can't talk loud. Before she can ask another question, Ivan pushed the couches in front of the front door. Then he started taping newspaper to the window so no light would get in. When the living room was completely dark, Ivan and Kate would sit together on the floor behind the couch. He'd get up to retrieve a box from the closet that Kate hadn't noticed before. When he opened the box, what was inside made Kate's heart drop. Under some papers was a 9mm handgun. When he pulled it out, the box clinked around. A handful of extra bullets rolled around in the bottom of the cardboard, along with the already full clip he'd taken out of the gun to show Kate. Then he pops it back in, and he hands the gun to her. At first, she doesn't take it, but he shoves it at her, saying, "They know about you too. They'll probably want you dead too." Kate still doesn't take the gun, so he leaves it on the floor next to her, gets up, and goes over to the closet to get a second gun that he's had stashed in there. Seeing Ivan with a gun and having no clue what to expect next, Kate grabs the gun sitting next to her. He grabs the radio before coming back to sit next to her. Sitting in dark silence, Kate watches as Ivan presses the radio against his ear and pans up and down through the frequencies. A muffled car door shuts somewhere outside, and a dog starts barking. Ivan grabs his gun and drops the radio. Kate tries to reassure him that it's the neighbors. She reminds him that they have a dog. Ivan should know this information, but he stays back against the couch with his finger on the trigger. Hours would pass. When either of them would need to use the restroom, they'd have to crawl from the living room to the hallway before getting up. Kate is 8 months pregnant and struggling to stay on the ground all night, but Ivan tells her that she has to stay out of sight. Every time he reaches for the radio, Ivan looks at the clock, and every time he looks at the clock, he becomes more worried. Then, as Kate begins to drift off, her eyes are closed when she hears Ivan turn off the radio and set it on the floor next to him. He kisses her forehead, and she hears him get up. He's not crawling. She hears him walk into the baby's room near the entrance of the hallway. She hears Ivan tearing down the newspaper he'd put up earlier that day. Then she hears the wooden window frame shake and creak open. She could hear wind blowing in. After a moment, she hears a distant impact. That's when Kate gets up, runs into the baby's room. It's empty. Kate runs over to the open window and looks out to see Ivan, motionless on the sidewalk below. Investigators would rule Ivan's death as suicide. While looking for clues, they'd inspect the radio and find transmitters connected to the wiring inside. They'd also tell Kate that Ivan is a member of a small Soviet resistance group. Its members mostly made up of rich Russian immigrants with mob ties in New York and New Jersey. They were getting their orders from somewhere across the water while sending back government information they found. When Ivan was fired from his job, he was lost and angry. He'd met others that held his beliefs and similar situations at a bar that he'd visit. The visits became meetings, and Ivan got involved with a group who, at the time in our American history, didn't want peace. They were terroristic in their ideas of action and were slowly gathering members across the seas in America to stage an attack within. Kate had no idea that Ivan was part of this movement. They'd become strangers to each other in the relationship. This was a landslide that Kate couldn't climb back from. With her life in ruins and a baby on the way, Kate moved back in with her parents. She'd give birth to my mother in December and give her up for adoption. But not before writing this story out to my grandparents, Mom's adoptive parents, before they took her home to Virginia. Halloween night, freshman year, my friends and I discovered an old graveyard hidden in the backyard of an abandoned house. We'd actually discovered it the night before Halloween, but all agreed to come back Halloween night with more people. After we all finished up doing family stuff like taking various siblings trick-or-treating, we all met up at our friend Corey's house and prepared for the walk over there. The house sat on a dead-end road, about a 6-minute walk from Corey's house. The thing is, since the house sat where it did, none of us had really ever passed it before. The only reason we ended up there the night before was because of our friend Justin's dog. He'd booked it away from us and run directly into the backyard of the home, like we watched him dart away from Justin and beeline it for the back of the house. Justin was the first to run off, but eventually we joined him because we had to get the dog. Pretty sure none of us knew what the deal was with the house at first. I'd always assumed it was occupied because occasionally I'd see this older style car parked in the driveway, sort of a yellow color. I'd never seen it up close. The car, but also the house. And as we approached the house, it appeared unkept. It looked as though someone had started to take care of it and gave up halfway through, and it looked like that had been a long time ago. The more I looked at the house, the more I was sure no one was living here. While Justin retrieved his dog, Corey and I started talking about the fact that we didn't think anyone lived here, all while we were peeping inside the windows trying to confirm our suspicions. We were interrupted by the sound of Justin. He was yelling for us to come check out the backyard, that he'd found something. As we head around the house, we see Justin standing, looking down, while his dog sits patiently next to him. Corey and I ask him what's so important, what did he find? But he just waves us over, saying we have to see it. So we walked over. We approached and followed our friend's gaze. Half buried by the ground itself, there are 3 gravestones, equal in size and disposition. They appeared to be made of stone. There were also what we presumed to be names and dates inscribed on them, but we couldn't read them. Not really. As far as we could tell, they all shared a similar last name. But other than starting with L, we had no idea. We putzed around the yard for a while looking for anything else cool. Interestingly enough, the patch of gravestones appeared to be the only area not completely overgrown by weeds, sort of like someone had cleared them, but who? The home was empty. You could see that clearly through the windows from the backyard. I assumed it was the person who drove the fancy car, but I had no idea who was really taking care of this little graveyard. It was around this time that Justin recommended we come back the following night for Halloween. We invited our girlfriends, our other friend Scott, and told him to bring whoever. Again, we all met at Corey's, and once the larger group was there, we made our way to the abandoned house. As we made our way down the dead-end road, we were all being loud, obnoxious teens. Corey's girlfriend, Cora, asks, "Did you guys see that?" while pointing down the road towards the house. Personally, I see nothing, but I hear Scott say, "Yeah, I see it. That lady." Still, I see nothing. Then they both start cracking up. The rest of us follow, realizing that they were trying to trick us or whatever. We continued on and found ourselves in the backyard of the home. It was a lot darker this time, but we came prepared. Most of us had our flashlights out or were working to get them out, while my girlfriend, Carissa, just stood there, sort of frozen, looking at the gravestones in the dark. I walked over with my flashlight and shined it on the gravestones. I said something like, "Crazy, right? This has just been here the whole time and we never knew." I was expecting her to respond, but when I looked over, she was crying, hyper-focused and not fully equipped to handle what exactly was going on there. I silently waved my friends over. I asked her, "What's wrong, Car? Why are you crying?" Again, she didn't say anything, just turned to the side and hugged me. Hugging her back, my friends who have now arrived are giving me looks like, what the fuck is going on? I make a face to show them I really don't know what's going on. Cora steps in asking the same thing. This time, Carissa turns to face everyone and apologizes profusely, saying she has no idea what came over her, but she felt a connection with the children buried here. "I think something bad happened to them," she said after a moment of silence. "Something bad? Like what? Wait, how do you know these are kid graves?" This time it was Corey asking the questions. Carissa tells us that she doesn't even know how she knows, just that she was drawn to the gravestones, despite not really knowing exactly where they were. She said once she ended up in front of them, she felt the spirits of 2 young children, almost as though they were standing right next to her. "Like, you could see them?" Scott asked, almost in a joking manner. "No, I didn't see anything, and I'm not kidding around," Carissa insisted. She continued on, telling us that the children seemed sad. She likened it to the way that she felt as a child when she had to move away from all of her friends and family after her dad died, the deepest sadness a child could experience. And she was feeling it from these 2 children. They didn't say anything out loud, but they spoke to her. She could hear them talking to her, but inside her head, she could only make out a few words. "Gone. Mommy's here. Where's Daddy?" She said she heard them crying. Scott laughs and everyone shoots him a look at the same time. Carissa tells me that she wants to go home, and as much as I want to be there for her, I'm super bummed at the prospect of ending the night before it even started. I grab my things just as Cora and the other girls surround Carissa, asking her questions, trying to convince her to stay. Meanwhile, I'm telling Scott that if I have to leave, it's definitely on him, and he needs to apologize to Carr before it's too late. He walks over and I follow behind because I need to make sure that he doesn't say some bullshit apology. Carissa emerges from the group of girls, and before Scott can say a word, she says that she's staying. I am elated and happy and don't bother asking what changed her mind because I was just glad she was going to be staying. She said that she and the girls prayed for the kids and their mom and asked if it was okay to stay. She got confirmation, so all was good. Okay, great. Honestly, I didn't believe any of it, really. God, I know. I'm sorry. It's just I was a hardcore skeptic, and Carissa was really into spooky stuff and messing around, so initially I thought she was probably just pulling a prank on us. Then I started to think, dang, she's a really good actress. But I knew from experience that she wasn't a great liar, so I decided to appear as though I believed as much as necessary to be supportive. And I guess part of me did a little. We had a few joints and planned on seeing if we could safely make our way inside the house to smoke them. To our surprise, the back door was completely unlocked, and once inside, we could see that the front door was too. If someone lived here, they sure hadn't done anything with the place or cared much to keep it safe from reckless teens like me and my friends. We decided to sit in front of the fireplace, putting some of our flashlights inside of it to mimic the firelight. Just as we were about to spark the first joint, we heard footsteps coming from upstairs. Instantly, we all quieted down even more than we already had in anticipation for the joint. We were silent now. We all looked at each other rapidly, but we said nothing. I was personally thinking we needed to make an incredibly quick exit before whoever was upstairs came downstairs. Then, the footsteps were joined by more footsteps. Holy shit, there were multiple people here, I thought to myself. Cora starts to speak in hushed tones. Guys, I cannot get in trouble with the cops or whatever. My parents think I'm at Carissa's. They can't even know I'm with Corey. She starts to say more, but Corey puts his hand over her mouth, telling her to shh. Suddenly, footsteps, several of them, could be heard barreling down the stairs. All of us stood up and got ready to make a run for the back door. Cora and Corey were out the door first, but the rest of us stood there frozen, waiting to face our fate. After a moment, Scott is the first one to move, going straight for the stairs. "What the fuck, dude? There's no one here." He sounds both disappointed and confused. Carissa and I walked over to where Scott was while the other two girls decided to leave. We see that there's no one on the stairs, or anywhere for that matter. Carissa walks over to the stairs, and when she does, we can hear footsteps above us once again. She says to us, "Let's go up there." She's excited, but suddenly I'm feeling a bit more freaked out, like really freaked out. These footsteps above us were likely people, and I didn't want to run into them. So I told her I didn't think that it was a good idea. She pleads a little, saying that she bets no one is up there, that she's so sure she bets us $20 each that we won't find a single person. Still, I'm not willing to risk it, but apparently Scott is. "Deal," he shouts before running up the stairs full speed, all while screaming, "Come on out, motherfuckers, joke's over." Carissa and I share a laugh, mine more nervous than hers, but then she follows Scott, and I'm left standing alone downstairs. Not for long. I couldn't handle being alone down there. I rushed upstairs. We spend a few minutes going from room to room, Carissa moving more slowly than Scott, and me even slower than her. Surely someone was up here, right? Every door, every closet, every piece of leftover debris, all to discover we were completely alone. We heard our friends downstairs. They'd made their way back inside and were wondering where we were. We told them to come upstairs, but just at that same time, Scott rushes out of a room. He doesn't look like he's feeling it anymore. I watched his demeanor change, and it felt like he was confused. "Were you just in that room?" He looks at me and points to the room that he just came out of. I look at him and I ask, "Huh? How would that work, dude? I'm right here, in this room?" He knows I'm right, shakes his head like he doesn't know why he asked that. "Where's your little girlfriend?" He sounds a little agitated, so I ask, "Dude, what's up with you?" "Car's right inside the room I just came out of." Carissa steps out of the room and joins us in the hallway. They make eye contact for a split second before Scott runs down the stairs. He ran downstairs and decided that he was actually going to leave, and he did. He just left that night completely scared out of his wits, didn't say a word. Carissa shouted after him something about $20, but he was gone, and she was laughing. She grabbed my hand and said, "Come on," leading me back down the stairs. She asks me what's wrong, and I guess it was the first time I realized maybe my outsides matched my insides a bit. I told her, "I don't know. That was all really weird, right? Like, what were those footsteps?" Then everyone was around us asking what's up with Scott and did we find anything. I apparently had lost words, so Carissa gave her version, saying that we confirmed there was no one upstairs, so the footsteps we heard belonged to the children. She said she knew their spirits were connected to the house because they kept saying home. She said that there was more that she wanted to tell us, but Scott really pissed her off. She felt like no one believed her, especially Scott, and just wanted him to experience it for himself. She wasn't wrong. Even still, I have a hard time believing it, at least that it happened to me. I do believe her, though, still. And I did for sure the moment I saw that the house was empty. It's just still unbelievable. I dated Carissa most of that year, but she broke up with me and started dating someone arguably cooler than me shortly after. I think she was probably too good for me and all of our friends anyway. Maybe she didn't ever act that way or think that, but I always knew that she was special, if that makes sense. I guess I just never realized that meant communicating with the other side type of special. So what happened to Scott? Well, Scott said that when he was looking for someone upstairs, he saw someone close the closet door in one of the bedrooms. He really thought that it was one of us messing with him, until he saw both of us in the hallway. My friend Justin said that he knew Carissa was telling the truth the whole time. He said he knew something was strange or active about that place just by the way his dog ran off that day. He told us we didn't know his dog like he did, that he wasn't a run-off-anywhere kind of dog, not unless there was some sort of purpose, like he was being called by someone. Apparently, I was set to be the star of a children's show that didn't even get a pilot. It was called Blow Your Horn and filmed in a little public access studio downtown. My mom had entered a contest by sending in my baby picture for an audition for the lead role of Dinah. Basically, the pilot was an educational premise where 2 adult railroad workers would engage in quirky activities while trying to take care of an infant in the Old West. It was also supposed to have puppets like Fraggle Rock or Sesame Street kind of thing, but my mom says that she never got to see an actual puppet while we were on set. I asked why my show got canceled. My mom tells me 3 things: no money, bad writing, and the set was haunted. My ears perked up and I said, "Please tell me more." She says that her and I would travel 2 hours to get to the area they had for filming. It was an abandoned slaughterhouse. It had a few long stretches of train tracks that used to transport meat from one building to another. The studio was so low budget, my mom said they had her assisting with the lights and the boom mic on the days I was scheduled to shoot. She added that I'd sleep in a box filled with blankets at her feet when they'd film outside. Blow Your Horn had a lantern theme as their primary focal point when designing the set concept. This meant that most of the scenes would be outside, so I was in that box a lot. One night, my mom had again been asked to hold the boom for the next couple of takes on the track. The shot was set up so the female lead, Mindy, would run down the tracks toward the camera, holding a lantern. She'd be coming from the dark into the light of one of the spotlights set on the track, then hit her line when she reached my mom. After being reassured that this wouldn't take all night, one of the actors gave her an uncomfortable smile, then handed my mom the box. Its innards pre-filled with blankets. Then we were off to the tracks. When we get there, my mom stays in the warm car with me until they're all set up and ready. After about 20 minutes, the director taps on the window, letting my mom know they're ready to roll film. With baby box in hand, my mom walks over a dark, icy 50-yard landscape to reach the tracks. She replaces the box in her hands with a tall boom mic, then stands next to the spotlight. In the distance, there's a lantern glowing, indicating Mindy's ready to start her run, but the director hasn't returned to the camera. My mom notices the glow from Mindy's lantern had begun to kind of drift off the tracks, heading toward the nearby woods. She thinks that Mindy's getting restless waiting for the director. I'm also in the box getting fussy, down by her feet. It was only the 3 of them out there, so once again, my mom swaps from one heavy boom mic to a heavy cardboard baby box and starts wandering down the tracks in search of the director. She was 30 seconds behind him from the time of him knocking on the car window to her hopping out. My mom had no clue how he could have just disappeared. A few yards down the tracks, the team had set up 3 white, fully enclosed tarps with 2 large Velcro flaps for doors. Each time after calling out for any response, my mom sets my box down and pries the 2 white sheets from each other and quickly pops her head into the dark tent before moving to the next one. But all of them were empty. Aside from random equipment and boxes, my mom shut the 3rd tent and stood in the dark silence trying to listen for any sign of human life around her. Her eyes had no chance to get adjusted to the dark when she'd been positioned so close to the only spotlight out there. As she made her way back to it, the cables that connected the camera rig together got tangled between her legs. She falls with me in her hands, but manages to turn and land on her shoulder, keeping me steady in my shell. This sacrifice of a graceful fall would save me, but leave my mom with a large gash on her elbow, along with a torn shoulder muscle. We had no medical insurance at the time, and the rage she felt began to outweigh the pain. When she made it back to the spotlight, my mom saw the lantern glow walk back onto the track. She starts yelling at Mindy to come back and that she can't find the director. The lantern starts moving. It slowly grows as Mindy approaches, but then it goes out. My mom waits for her to enter the circle of light, but she never crossed its rift. Again, my mom started calling out to her, and when nobody replied, the tracks were quiet and still. It was the lack of sound that was the scariest. In the back of her mind, she still held out the slight chance that Mindy's trying to make a joke. But the fabric of her coat sleeve had started seeping through with blood, and she'd had enough of the night. She takes her middle finger and waves it into the darkness as a goodbye to Mindy. Then she'd make the icy, gravely climb back to her car. When she'd gotten to the main lot, the dome light of the director's car was on. He was sitting in the passenger side, his big blocky cell phone up to his ear while smoking a cigarette. The sight of this makes my mom fume. She walks over to his car and begins to yell at him. He unrolls the window, and cigarette smoke pours out of the gap. The director starts yelling back at my mom, while also yelling at the person on the phone. He says Mindy isn't showing up tonight, and told my mom to go home. She was in too much pain to continue the argument, so she just turned around and walked back to her car and drove us home. The next day, we get a message that Mindy had quit, and the director was scrapping the project. When I was in the 4th grade, I spent spring break with my grandparents in Arizona. They lived in a pretty sleepy area, being retired and all. A short golf cart ride away, there was lots of golf courses, random activity centers. But mostly right around them is just desert. They did their best to keep me entertained, taking us to spring training games, dinosaur museums, a pretty cool zoo. We spent a good amount of time at my grandparents' actual house, though, which I quite enjoyed because they had a pool. Between that and my Nintendo DS, I managed to keep myself pretty busy, spending a good majority of time in that pool. Grandma was a smoker and a night owl, so she was often outside puffing away while I'd be swimming away. One night I was out there alone, my grandparents watching one of their shows inside. At some point my grandma must have come outside because when I looked over toward the back door, I saw her sitting there. It was a little off, though. She hadn't turned on the porch light and was essentially sitting in the dark. But I just kept swimming. Maybe she didn't plan on being out there long. The skies are pretty clear out there, so one of my favorite things to do was to float on my back and look up at the stars. While on my back, I feel something brush against my foot, and before I can react, something is grabbing my ankle. And I mean, I felt the feeling of a bony yet human hand. It wrapped around my ankle. It startled me for sure. Up to this point, my grandparents hadn't gone in the pool, but in the event that it was my grandma, I refrained from kicking my feet around. I positioned myself to stand in the pool, expecting to see my grandma, but I saw no one. As far as I could tell, I was alone, but I didn't feel like it. It felt like someone was watching me. Then there was my ankle. I could still recall the sensation. Within moments of realizing I was completely alone, I decided to go inside. When I opened the back door, I startled my grandparents, both of them saying that they had no idea I was out there, that I was so quiet. But hadn't you heard me or seen me, Grandma? I saw you out there, sitting in the dark like a creep, I joked. Only she didn't laugh. She turned around and looked at me, saying that she hadn't gone out for her smoke, not yet. I remember contemplating telling them about my ankle, or insisting I saw someone out there, but I didn't end up saying anything, except the next day, I did ask if they ever got any critters around here, and did anything ever get in the pool. They got weird. It's hard to explain, but they looked at each other in a way that made even me, a fourth grader, feel like they were hiding something. They told me no. Well, one did, while the other said, "Not really." Not really? What the heck did that mean? I kept wondering if they knew something. I really couldn't let it go, mentally. But they never said anything else about it, so neither did I. Until I got home, maybe 2 or 3 days after the whole thing. My older brother Luke, 19 at the time, was visiting from college for his spring break. One night, my family is outside by the fire eating. Parents are drinking, and Luke asks what I did for spring break. So I told him. He instantly starts laughing when I get to the swimming part, and he says something about that being gnarly. Which part, though? I was confused because I hadn't even told him about the weird thing, the part about my ankle or the person. My parents attempted to hush him from saying what he was trying to say, but he wasn't going to not tell me what was so gnarly. So he tells my parents, "Oh, that's messed up, you didn't tell him," all while still laughing. And then he says it. "You know an old dude died in there, right? Like last year, one of Grandma and Grandpa's parties. He just died in there. Heart attack or something. One of their friends." My parents were scolding my brother for laughing, and then my mom started scolding him for scaring me. Apparently, I hadn't moved or so much as reacted to what my brother had said. I was sort of in shock. I knew that I'd swam in the pool nonstop. I also knew something else, something no one else around me knew. Something was in that pool. Something was outside. I tried to shake it off, and I told my brother, "Whatever, chlorine kills all that anyways." I'd learned that from Grandpa himself when he'd treat the pool. But I could never really reconcile it all. I mean, the story my brother tells is unsettling, but the story I didn't tell, it's something I can't really explain. Even as an adult in my 20s, I don't understand it. Was it this guy's spirit? If so, since when can you feel that kind of stuff? Can you really be touched by ghosts? It seems so unreal, yet I have no other explanation for it. This is short, but I can't stop thinking about it. First, you need to know that I'm a ghost magnet. Seriously, there's something about me that attracts spirits. I don't know what it is, but lately, I've been trying to ignore them while I deal with my depression. The other day was completely normal until I went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Behind my reflection stood a very tall figure with a hairy head and no eyes, dangling arms. It wore a black and white outfit, and it scared the shit out of me. When I looked back at my own reflection, it was still standing straight and smiling back at me. I know that's not what I looked like at the moment. It kept looking straight into my eyes as I backed out of the bathroom and into my own. I closed my door, turned on all the lights, got into bed where I resumed my "this isn't real" chant. Eventually, I fell asleep and woke up the next morning, but when I went to the bathroom, nothing was out of the ordinary. Does anyone have a clue what's going on? It's freaking me out. I grew up on the beautiful island of Guam. My father was in the military, so we had a nice house on a base. Unfortunately, I was terrified of sleeping in my room, so I slept on my parents' bedroom floor. One evening, I shifted my pillows around while having trouble falling asleep. During the process, I noticed a pale and purple finger that looked like it belonged to a corpse. I stared in horror, unsure what to do, and watched as it slowly retreated under the bed. I covered the spot with a pillow and tried my hardest to sleep, but I just couldn't. One day, I looked under my parents' bed to see bright yellow glowing eyes that definitely didn't belong to one of our cats. It was staring me down, and I felt uneasy, like I wasn't safe, and I wasn't meant to see it. In that house, I regularly heard glass shattering in the kitchen, only to discover nothing was broken. There were also heavy footsteps that ran up and down the hallway. From the corner of her eye, my sister often saw someone hanging in my parents' bedroom, only to have it disappear when she looked. I saw shadow people running around in darker areas of the house. My father would tell the spirits to leave in peace, and things would be quiet for a week or two, before getting weird again. I went to the University of Utah and delivered pizza for the campus pizzeria. One night, we got an order for one small cheese pizza, and it was just me and 2 girls closing. The address was on my way home, so I volunteered to drop it off. I'll regret my moment of chivalry forever. When I arrived, the entire house was dark and so disheveled that I double-checked the address. The lawn was overgrown with bike parts and trash littered about the lawn. My first knock opened the door, and I was hit by a putrid, unmistakable smell of death. I ran back to my car to call the police. Later in the news, I learned that a woman killed herself in that house 2 weeks earlier. I'm so glad I listened to that little voice in my head. I'm glad I listened to that little voice and just called the police. If I'd stumbled across a scene like that, I'd never be able to unsee. But what still gives me the chills is who ordered the pizza. I came home from work today to receive some very unsettling news from one of my roommates. It started when I went to let the dogs out into the backyard. Our back door is in the kitchen, so on my way to let them out, I passed by the oven and noticed that it was on. It surprised me a bit because my roommate Mandy was the only other person home, and she'd been spending most of her time back in her room due to feeling ill. Even so, I figured that I should ask first before turning it off, on the off chance that she was actually using the oven. I went to the end of the hallway where her room was, knocked on her door, and asked, "Hey, is the oven supposed to be on? Like, are you using it right now?" Confusion and concern was immediately apparent in her voice as she replied, "What? No, I haven't even been out in the kitchen today." I shared her confusion and concern upon hearing this, and then I pondered the possibility that Carl, her brother, our other roommate, had been the one to leave it on by mistake. I asked her if this could be the case, and she told me that Carl was still at work, that he had been since early that morning. This was when she and I began to piece together something very strange had to have happened. I told her that I had just gotten home a few minutes prior. It was a little after 3 p.m. at that point, and I'd left the house around 7:30 that morning. She then informed me with horrific realization that at around 11 a.m., she heard noises coming from the living room, including a woman's voice, a chair moving, and the front door opening. She didn't realize at that time I was at work, so she just assumed it was me and didn't think much of it. She then mentioned that in hindsight, though, the dogs were barking an unusual amount during this time. I asked her how long noises were coming from the living room, and she said that it was hard to tell because she was trying to sleep at the time, but that if she had to guess, they lasted about 20 minutes. Mandy, Carl, and I are the only residents of this home, and as mentioned before, Carl and I were both at work during that time frame, so Mandy was the only person who reasonably should have been in the house. I thanked her for informing me of this, and then I went back to the front half of the house and did a quick comb of the area to check for anything else that looked out of place or missing. I didn't discover anything else out of the ordinary, and as of the time of posting this, nothing else has come of it.